Let's get the recording started. Awesome. I have a couple of things that I want to do today. The first thing that I want to do is a very, very silly thing. And that's the reason why we're back here with Jalzan and Chimkintendi's sticking his butt in everything. We still have a quest to do with them called Kettle to the Metal, which is to get you the ultimate kettle. I have done a few S ranks today. In fact, is it? No, it's combat. The hunt. So I've done a few S ranks, which we should be able to see compared to last time that I showed this. So yeah, I just unlocked 200, and now I'm at 235. I had quite a few allied seals that I needed to spend. So I've used it on Alexandrite. I now have 200 Alexandrite, which is great. But I only need 150 for my last two relics, which are Dragoon, which I'm still on books for, and Summoner, which I haven't started the books yet. I think I'm only on the second book for Dragoon, which I only started earlier today. Like, I'm not very far at all with it. But you also need 50 Alexandrite for the kettle. So let's get a kettle, which I don't think should take too long. Curse that drunken bore of a man. How am I to reclaim my title if... Oh, after. Pray forgive my grumblings. As you no doubt remember, Geralt stubbornly refuses to relinquish the title of Star Forger. We've been at odds ever since the completion of your Zodiac weapon Zeta. I'll not deny he's a talented blacksmith, but I am of the Ulthalium line. My forefather penned the Book of Netherdark, whose pages revealed the truth of the Zodiac weapons. Who is he to deny my birthright? Now he insists that everyone refer to him as Geralt, the Star Forger. More often than not, too deep in his cups to be reasoned with. We're not drowning in ale. He drowns out the world with his hammer, pounding away on his godforsaken kettles. Or rather, he did. Lately, he's taken to leaving for days on end, and I struggle to get a word in edgeways on the rare occasions he is here. I realise he has a singular fixation with his crafting, but something is different this time. At this rate, I will never reclaim my family's legacy. Unless, perhaps, you spoke to him in my stead. I know of no other for whom he would halt his hammering, let alone listen to them having done so. Please, see if you can talk some sense into him. Huh? Maybe the spout could do with being a bit more... Eh? Oh, it's you. If I had to guess, Ardashir sent you. But I ain't got time for that. If it's not about my kettle, you can take it up with Drake over there. The daft sod's still shundering about who gets to call himself the bloody Star Forger, is he? Well, tell him to shut his gob, because it's me. End of story. I've got more important things to worry about, like this kettle here. It's my ticket to freedom and a fresh start down at the pub. When I'm finished, it'll be the finest bloody kettle in all of Eorzea. And I've got a customer what'll play a Sultana's bleeding ransom for it too. It'll be just like the good old days. You wait and see. Folk will come crawling to have work done by your old mate Geralt. Come think of it, since you're here and all, there's a few things I need, if you're feeling helpful. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can see about getting rid of Jalzan. And before you say no, just remember who made that precious Zodiac weapon of yours, and agreed to help you out with that Anima business out of the kindness of my heart. It's only fair you return the favour. So what do you say? I knew I could count on you. The thing's pretty much done, to tell the truth, but it needs something extra. A shine what will make him forget it's only a tool for boiling water. Seeing you here actually gave me an idea. You remember them pieces of Alexandrite we used for your Zodiac weapon? The stuff looks stunning when light hits it the right way, like moonlight glinting off the lip of a grog bottle. Might be as I can use it to give this kettle a nice sheen. Should be easy to round up a few for someone like you. Bring me, say, 50 pieces of Alexandrite, and I should have enough for a nice even coat. I'm counting on you. Here you go. Good on you, lass. Now let's make her shine, eh? Bloody Alexandrite. Like forcing out 3-day shite, that was. Worth the trouble, though. I got a kettle! Finest they ever made, if I do say so myself. A kettle fit for royalty. Or at least them rich knobs what drink their tea with fancy cakes and such. I'll bet it wouldn't take more than count at 60 at most to make a cracking mull tea in that. Genius! What is this? You chose to ignore the legacy of my family line, my birthright. This pathetic piece of tin? Why don't you come over here and say that, you opo-faced sacker? I see. Crafting this perfect kettle is meant to restore your reputation, is it? Well, for what it's worth, I think the kettle is exquisite. It possesses a transcendent sheen unlike any kettle you've made thus far. But I will not be blinded by the waning glimmer of such tawdry wares. Have you no shame, man? Eh? Come now, girl. After forging something as fine as a zodiac weapon, surely you can see this kettle is not yet worthy of your name. Well, But we are rivals, Geralt. Our time together should not count for naught. Why did you not consult me sooner? I'm willing to set aside our differences, for now, if this is really so important to you. To create a truly perfect kettle, one worthy of bearing your mark, you must be uncompromising. If I understand correctly, your reputation is at stake here. Nothing must be left to chance, which is precisely why I will help you. You're alright, Shelsan. If you're willing to help, I won't say no. Under the circumstances, it seems the least I can do. Were it not for your aid, my life's work would still be a distant dream. But mark my words, Geralt, when this kettle is complete, we will settle the matter of the Star Forger title. Aye, fair dues. You got yourself a deal. After, I'll need you to procure some few bottles of Thavnarian mist for our work. 10 should suffice, I think. Soon, the very stars in the firmament will seem pale next to this kettle's all-surpassing shine. That could be an issue. Because Thavnarian mist is from the Poetics store. And I have no Poetics because I've been using them all for Anima Relic materials. And I still don't have enough. So Thavnarian Mist is... Okay, so I only need 200 Poetics. Okay, that won't take too long to get then. Alright. In that case, let's go to the Helix and we'll see Geralt again. Because I finished the light grind here. So what is it that I actually need to do? Oh, the verification node, right. Please present specimen for analysis. Analyzing. Beginning simulation. Etheric density exceeds prescribed parameters. Chance of failure estimated at 0.0000001%. Excellent. With readings like this, our work should be but a matter of course. Take the Anima weapon and the Soul Stone to Geralt. At last we shall move the Anima to its new permanent vessel. Right, so now I just have to have it not equipped. Finish the Soul Stone. Let's have it then. The weapon too. Well, let's get to it. Oi, Ardashir! You needn't yell, I can hear you just fine. I just needed a moment. A moment? What the hell's for? What's with all the gloom all of a sudden? Wait a second. You ain't scared, are you? Scared? Scared? I'm absolutely terrified. What if something should go wrong? Years of hard work. Pardon me. Choked on myself. Years of hard work and research would be squandered. More importantly, an innocent new life would be lost. I could never forgive myself should the unthinkable befall the Anima. So that's it then. You just plan a run, with nothing to show but a trail of piss on your way home. After all you've done to get this far. And what about after? She fought to the 7th Elm back to get the Anima ready for this. And me. You've held me hostage here, hammering new weapons day after day. And this one's my best yet. You'd be denying the world a masterpiece what puts all the other smiths to shame. And sure, you might be a self-serving, preening little gobshite, but I've seen my fair share of scholars, and you're the cleverest little gobshite I've ever met. Should go without saying the soulstone you made is perfect. So why get so bothered over nothing? Geralt, As you say, we have no reason to be concerned. Let us begin by transferring the Anima to the new soulstone. I will require the Anima glass if you would be so kind. Tis done. Quickly now, girl. The Anima will not last long. Set the soulstone. Those are some noises. Oh, he dropped his hammer. Did it go well? How'd you like that? Pinnacle of perfection, forged from blood, sweat, and tears. And it's all yours after. You've more than earned it. Feast your eyes on Sindri. The gods themselves would weep before this beauty. But that's not what it really looks like. That is... I should hope that Anima is as pleased as we are. Care to summon it forth? But where's the Anima? Does it not answer your call? No, it cannot be. Did it not survive the transfer? There they are. Good morning, After. Is something the matter? You seem concerned. Oh, how wondrous it was! A great power welled up within me, the likes of which I'd never felt before. For a fleeting moment I was drifting, and then there was a burst of colour and light. So warm, so comforting was the glow that I could feel myself nodding off to sleep. But then I heard your voice and I woke with the start. I've never felt so alive. It's as if I've been born anew. Born anew. Yes, in a sense, that is indeed what has happened. You've grown strong, and so much so that you need no longer rely on others. Yes, now you are free. Free to go forth with After, to see distant lands and embark on all the adventures this realm has to offer. Overcoming such trials and travails together, I dare say you two have become quite the pair. Less adventure in her arm than fast friends. Fast friends? Though I am but a youth of 17 summers, I know what it means to respect and care for another. This is the sort of true kinship I see in you. It gladdens me to hear such praise. My only aim now is to become stronger and prove myself a faithful friend to After. Your adventures with After will doubtless carry you to distant lands, where you will confront foes the likes of which I can scarce imagine. But no matter the challenge, you must rise to overcome it. Together, as true friends do. When you return from such travels, I should very much like to hear your tales of triumph. We've done it, After. The Anima shall enjoy life in all its splendour, now and forevermore. Thanks to your selfless dedication, words fail to express my gratitude. Oi, Ardashir. I've been meaning to tell you, but I fixed up the wings on this little one too, just like you asked. Thank you, Geralt. All that remains to do is to calibrate the joints and it will be complete. Ah, yes. There's another matter I would discuss with you, but doubtless you're weary after such a long day. I bid you safe travels home, and a well-earned respite. Let us speak again when next you return to Azisla. Okay, so that is the penultimate step for the Anima Relic. So we could now do body and soul. Don't think. Yeah. Okay, I think I have to do body and soul first. And then I might be able to do the next step. So good of you to come after. Did you rest well? Curious, are we? I'm afraid you'll have to wait a little while longer. It's nearly ready, save for a few final adjustments. While I'm finishing with this, I would ask you a favour. As you might remember, I wish to discuss something with you. Now that our work on the Anima is complete, I would have Mistress Rowena come and see the fruits of our labour. But try as I might, there is naught but static when I call via Link Pearl. Would you go and ask her to come here to Azizlar? I should be finished by the time you return. She is sure to be pleased with what I have to show her, as will you. Okay. So I don't need that one because that's actually for the Astro. We need to head to Idleshire now. Although I suppose I can equip the Sindri. Which, it's really unfortunate that it just looks shit when you're not wielding it. Like, when you wield it, I actually really like it with the blue. But I don't think it works. Oh no, it does if you use the glow macro. That's good. Give me a singing cluster. It's really kind of pointless doing those for just one. But I was doing my roulettes earlier today anyway. I've not done the ones for today. After the reset, which might have to be how I get the tombstones that I need. To be honest. I could do normal raid and hope that it's someone's first time doing the raid, in which case I'd be 3 short of the 200 that I need. But I also need to do the VAF reputation up. And if we do that, I have a VAF quest that I can turn in, and that would give me another 15 tombstones, which would get us over the edge. Well, Fame, my favourite customer and business partner. Any new developments with the animal weapon? Finished, you say? That's the best news I've had all day! Would that I could leave for now to see it, but it'd be bad for business to leave clients waiting. You tell Ardashir you can expect a visit from me as soon as I'm done here. I should have double-checked what I needed to do for Kettle for Metal. I did not see the Thavnarian Mist requirement. While we wait for Mistress Rowena to arrive, there is something I wish to give you. It is a device to be used when summoning the Anima. Care to give it a try? That's right. They gave Anima a body. Did you call after? Oh my body is... What happened? Despite all we've accomplished here, one thing still concerned me. The fact that your spirit is bound to the Anima weapon, which is why you can only be summoned in its presence. What will happen then, should she need your aid but not possess the weapon housing your spirit? It is why I created that new body. It is linked to you through your original soulstone, which still bears your ethereal signature. So long as After keeps that device with her, your soul can be channeled into this new, physical form. Consider it my gift to you, that none may break the bond shared between you and After. Thank you, Ardashir. I'll never leave her side, you have my word. What's this then? You celebrating without me? Interesting fit. After's told me everything. I take it this is the Anima I've heard so much about. It's a pleasure to meet you. Magnificent, is it not? A life created with her own hands, forged into a weapon, the Anima weapon, the perfect companion to accompany adventurers like After. You've impressed me, Ardashir. Proper rear in this Anima will make obedient helpers. And me a tidy profit. I can see McGill was well invested. I look forward to seeing more of your work. Now that you've overcome the hurdle of making the first, I'm sure a sharp lad like you can ready Anima weapons for the masses in no time at all. Indeed, I have learned a great many lessons in my time here, thanks in no small part to After and even Geralt. I dare say it'll not be long before all the realm knows of the wonder that is Anima. But first, I intend to return home. Fates permitting, I'll find a capable smith to assist me in fashioning more Anima weapons. You heard the boy. If he wants to go home, let him. We've got better things to do than look after the streak of piss while he makes more toys. With my debts repaid, I'm heading to Costa del Sol for a well-earned... Repaid? I never took you for the sort who jokes about money. You owe me plenty. Now hold on, Rowena. You promised to forgive my debts once we were done with the Anima weapon. And I'm a woman of my word. What you owed before we started this little business venture's been forgiven. That just leaves the cost of coming and going from Azizlar, and a rather impressive bill for all that mead you drank. I expect you to pay me back down to the last gill. Of course, I might be willing to forgive and forget again if you help our dear boy Ardashir. Any road, I ought to be heading back. Got business to tend to. Until next time. After? Ardashir? Oi, Ardashir. How about I fire up the forge for another one of those Anima weapons? The offer's appreciated, but no thank you. As I said, what I seek is a smith committed to making weapons, not wasting his days in pursuit of drink. Right then, no more drinking until we're done. Glad we got that settled. We've settled nothing. Even if I were to consent, you would never hold up your end of the agreement. Even now I can smell the foul odor of ale on your breath. Perhaps we should leave them to settle this on their own. Surely there are others who need our assistance. That's a little bit misleading, because there is actually still one more stage. Ah, After. A pleasure as always. How fares the Anima? Sprightly as ever, I see. Puts my mind at ease to see you both well. Ardashir. You there, Ardashir? Just thought I'd check in. How are things coming along? Oh, Rowena. My research is progressing quite well, thank you. To what do I owe the pleasure of this unexpected call? It's those papers you had me send off a few moons ago. Got a letter back about them, and a rather comprehensive one, at least judging by the weight of the envelope. I reckon you might want to drop by and pick it up. Could it be? I mean, of course! I'll make for Idleshire at once. After finishing our work on the Anima, I wrote a treatise on the various techniques we employed in its development. Thanks to Rowena and her influential connections, I was able to deliver it to a renowned scholar who's the realm's foremost expert on arcane entities. I can scarcely believe it, but it would seem my observations were deemed worthy of a response. Would you care to accompany me to Rowena's? I can but speculate as to the contents of the letter, but I dare say we may learn of something of benefit to your Anima. Excellent. Pray, go on ahead to Idleshire. I have a few tests underway that must be finished before I can leave. I shall follow anon. Okay. What's up, Rowena? Ah, there he is. What took you so long? Hereafter, you tell it, you were so bloody worked up about this letter, you nearly broke your link pearl. My apologies. No sooner had I arrived in the hinterlands than I realized the burners on my workbench were still lit. But that's neither here nor there. To think this moment would come. May I see the envelope, Rowena? After all, 'tis not every day one receives a personal missive from the illustrious Mistress Midoriya. I mean, we could go and see her. Huh. Why, yes. Yes, of course. How could I have not seen? Why, it's all so clear now. I had the highest of expectations, but her analysis of my work was even more comprehensive and enlightening than I could have ever imagined. What's more, she praised my methods for development as innovative. Can you believe it? The incomparable Mistress Midoriya, master of all matters arcane, was impressed by my intellect and ingenuity. She went on to surmise that considering the Anima in its capacity as a sentient weapon, its sense of individuality was lacking. But fear not, in her benevolence she saw fit to offer counsel as to how we might address this very issue. The fledgling scholar I once was would have been elated simply to receive counsel I could scarcely understand. I've learned much in my time together with you and Geralt. Together, I am confident we can put Master Midoriya's teachings to good use. What say you after? Shall we set to work on instilling your Anima with a keener sense of self-awareness? Glad to hear it. Doubtless Geralt too will be pleased to hear of this most exciting turn of events. Let us return to Azisla and deliver the good news. Our product's getting a little more polish, eh? Well, if you and Ardashir need anything at all, you can trust old Rowena to take care of it. Provided the price is right, of course. This ain't a charity I'm running here after all. Good luck to you. I know it's not a charity. I apparently need 10 Thavnarian mist, but you won't give me yet. Very inconsiderate. That's not the right place. At last you returned. can scarce wait to see what wonders will come from Mistress Matoya's counsel. So this is the final stage. To get the Sindri Lux. I've pored over Mistress Matoya's instructions, 20 times over in fact, and do believe I've settled on our next course of action. Allow me to elaborate. As she explains it, the primals are the key to developing the Anima's sense of self. I will grant that the idea may seem far-fetched, but bear with me. As you are well aware, they are beings of ether, much like the Anima, summoned forth using crystals, and driven by the faith of their followers. But to what end do their followers summon them so? How do they fight once made manifest? This is the knowledge I would have you share with the Anima. To do so, I ask that you take the Anima weapon in hand, and call to mind your encounters with the primals as vividly as you can muster, as if you were fighting these great battles anew within the confines of your own mind. This plan may seem peculiar, but every success and failure a man experiences grants him strength. Having overcome untold dangers and countless hardships, your spirit is no doubt an inexhaustible reservoir of energies. You must tap into that strength and share it with the Anima. When you're finished revisiting your harrowing experiences with the primals, come and speak with me, and we shall set the next step of the plan into motion. Right, and so basically, this is now, we have to do every single hard trial. First, let's get an extreme out of the way, because I actually have to still unlock 3 of the trials before we can do them, because they're the Heavensward ones that I've not done yet. I can also turn in this quest for Netherreap, because I've had it come up on roulettes a couple of times. Netherling wears the triumphant look of one who weathers the storm. You turn from Netherreap with the Wakion scale, yes? This Sanu knows. Netherling bears the scale, and this is a mighty one indeed. Fashion a mask from this, and Zundu Chief will command the authority of a furious storm of lightning. But that is not all Netherling accomplishes, no. Netherling chases the cruel Vundu from Netherreap, returns halcyon winds to our sacred land. We Zundu are not like our cruel Vundu brothers. Gentle like a spring breeze, we welcome Netherlings with open wings. Sanu's heart is warmed by the gentle sunlight of your friendship. Promise us that you will remain a friend to the Zundu for the many seasons to come. Also going to need another 500 tombstones. If I'd realised I was going to need so many tombstones, I would not have spent the ones that I had earlier. You know what I'll do? Let me keep the Discord up to see if there's any S ranks, and if there are, we'll jump over and do them. I need to feed Chim Contendies so that I don't lose the experience up that I gave them. Not that that's really going to matter. There you are after. The Enterprise Excelsior is ready to depart whenever you are. Say again? Chief Sonu wants to smash some gemstone against an aetherite to dispel a barrier of storm clouds. I don't even know where to begin. The hell's with it. Maybe it'll bring us good luck. I'll rendezvous with you there. Oh, we still need to do the reputation. That's That's the wrong thing entirely. We still need to do the reputation up. Fuck. Oh, that's something else that I need to talk about. We still need to do the reputation up with the Vath, but I did realize that I can actually already buy the mount and the second minion from the Vath from having gotten them to Swarm. So I don't know if we're going to unlock anything else from the next rank up. But yeah, I have the mount. I need to actually use the Anima. Oh god. Too low. There we go. Alright, use that. Now we have Anima as a minion. And now we can access Limitless Blue Extreme, which I'm gonna do now, and I think I should be able to do it solo for the sake of speed. Although no matter what you do, this takes 6 minutes. Because no matter what you do with the normal version, it takes 6 minutes. Let's use my actual weapon. There we go. Okay. Now I need to save Afflatus Misery. Bash. I need to save Afflatus Misery until the two Saniwa spawn. That's not a great deal of damage that's doing. That's not great. That's really not great, because that means we have to repeat that stage. Ugh. Let's get Afflatus Misery. Now we should be able to fire them both. Yes. Oh yeah, I'll do it. Easy. The issue is they're grouped up. And they're going to take way less damage because of that. Can I sleep them? Yeah, I thought it was going to be doubtful that you could. And that's going to be a wipe. We didn't do enough damage to them. Alright, let's try that one more time. Because I know this can be done, but fair enough. I think I was a higher level when I tried it. Probably save my presence of mind. For when they spawn. I think I just got away with that. I don't think I need to worry about doing damage here quickly. The other issue is that it's not like I can stun them either. I might have to do this on Duty Finder. Pretty close. But yeah. Okay, I don't quite have enough DPS to do it. That is unfortunate. I kind of need the poetics, is the issue. And if I don't clear it now, I'll end up just clearing it off stream, which probably isn't as good for the stream. That's a 12-minute wait as a healer. As a healer. Okay. On second thought, can I unlock? Where is the... Do I need to start by doing that one? No, I don't. Okay. That's cool. So, where do I pick up that quest? That quest is from the Rising Stones, which means that we need to head back to Mordor. Okay. Yeah, so I don't have to have done Bismarck Extreme to unlock the next one. Whilst I'm here, I may as well accept this, which is another dungeon. I think. What'll it be after? You know, if you have a second, a certain patron of mine's been itching to have a word with you. Our friend the bard there. He says he needs inspiration that only an adventurous tale could provide. Plain lacking in imagination, if you ask me. He's not a bad sort. Wondering or not, he never tries to pay us in a song what he owes in copper. After, can it be you? You've outdone yourself since last we met. That much I've heard. They say you sojourned to Dalamud's shadow, yet lived to tell the tale. I was in these parts at the time and felt a disturbance in the ether. It was the White Raven himself, you say? No wonder. Tell me more, my good After. Recount to me your journey through the shadow. Take me there, on the wings of memory and imagination. Oh, okay, so no, this is for Coils of Bahamut. Your stirring tale has stirred me. Lo, I am as a cauldron bubbling fragrantly in the great kitchen of Castle Keep. A stew of inspiration, a slew of verses. Listen, my good adventurer, and listen well, for the song I sing is of your tale. Into the flesh of darkness go bringers of light, for the flame that flickers in Bahamut's tomb is that in that cloying black stirs a raven white, clawing blood from a barren womb. What was slain in silver proud did in golden malice rise, metal of infamy and ruin that every hero must despise. What say you? Is it not exactly how you told it to me? Ah, but you forget I am a poet. We read between the lines, rendering into words that which was left unspoken. Lest you wonder, I shall name this composition Shadow of the Raven. Do I then also have to do one for Louis Soir? Oh, okay, no, so there is a Savage. I thought there weren't Savages for the Coils. But clearly I was wrong. Is that just for the second Coil? I guess maybe I'd have to clear those in order to unlock the third Coil. The final Coil, Savage. Shit. Maybe I do have to do this. What quests? Would these be considered as Islam? No, hold on. Let me just search it. So we've got Fate. No. Okay, so we've not done Fate of Stars. Did we do Bow? No. Have I done? No. Oh wait, no, it might be under this. Okay, so I have done Gods of El, which should then unlock the next one, but I guess maybe it hasn't because I actually need to have done Limitless Blue Extreme. Okay, well let's just see if we can off it, or it might be quicker if I just put it up on Party Finder. Hopefully we get someone pick that up pretty quick. It shouldn't have really been an issue though. To unlock the first of the Warring Triad, we should just be able to accept the quest from him. But evidently, that's not right. Well, I can definitely do it with 2 DPS. I mean, it's been like a minute since I put it up. People want that second chance point. Wondrous Tales is good. Alright. I'll give it another couple of seconds. And then we'll get going. We'll get going once it turns the minute. Hey Drakeling, how you doing? So in about another 15 seconds, just in case anyone else wants to join. I'm doing quite good. The components came earlier. All right. Never mind. Oh. Fuck it, we'll just go with next. Yeah, so I've got the CPU, the motherboard, my Windows in USB for Windows 11, and my DDR5 RAM. What hasn't arrived yet is the adapter so that my CPU cooler is compatible with the LGA 1700 socket. That should arrive tomorrow though, so I'm hoping that on Tuesday I can actually do the upgrade. Oh dear God, the summoner does better DPS than me. I mean, that was to be expected, but they just immediately melted. Yeah, the one component that the entire build, you know, can't run without a CPU cooler. Yep. You know what? This place seems a bit untidy. Oh yeah. Working together to tidy it up. Nice. Dragon Killers, or I think we've got one more fight before Dragon Killers. Yeah, the vapor bubble. Fuck. To be fair, yeah, that's a good thing. They have their own res. Oh, I don't think we're gonna get that in time. Oh no, never mind, they did. Nice. No immediate mount though. But that may have been expecting a bit too much. But okay, that's cool. So now I need to go back and speak with the Son of Vanner. Which is cool. So I need to get a total of 700 Tombstones of Poetics before the end of the stream. Which there's going to be at least another 300 from the trials that we're going to be doing. And then if I can do a couple of S ranks, we should be good. As storm clouds give way to sunlight, so hope returns to Zundu, and clarity of vision to Sonu. Sonu sees Netheling for who she truly is. Netheling is bearer foretold. Once, long ago, in the midst of a great battle with a tribe from the Nethers, a horrid, wicked demon comes to feast on the bodies of the fallen. Manuk Manai, we name him. Manuk Manai, we decry him. For generations he hunts the Vanu Vanu. But this day we say no more. Greatest of our heroes climbs atop Beast's back, and with blades black as midnight she rips his eyes from his head and casts them into Cloudsea. In honor of great need, eyes return to Vanu, look to their bearer for salvation. So she declares, so it comes to pass. And now Netheling deeds we remember forevermore. Yeah, okay, now we can go and turn into Unu Kalhai. And we should then be able to unlock the first of the Warring Triad. Because I don't need to do the extremes for them. At least not for the Anima Relic. But I will need to do the normal Warring Triad trials. Which I actually quite look forward to. Because I can... I think... At the very least for the normal one, I can run them all unsynced. Apparently, I'm not quite there to run it unsynced as White Mage for the extremes. You needn't say a word. The aetheric readings left no doubt. The Lord of the Mists is no more. And thus has his essence joined that of the Lord of the Hive in its return unto the land. You have my gratitude, Warrior of Light. Without your valiant efforts, these primal terrors would have invited devastation on a cataclysmic scale. For unlike others of their ilk, Bismarck and Ravana both harbour the desire, and the power, to reach Azizlar. It is with dreadful certainty that I sense their intent to feed on the strength of the Warring Triad, and thereby amplify their own power by an order of magnitude. But what wisdom do I claim such certainty? I am gifted with, how shall I put this, an intimate knowledge of the primal mind. You're curious, I'm sure, but you need not understand the nature of a power to use it, do you? It is much the same with the Echo, I imagine. Ah, the realm of Eorzea. Ever has it been a land embraced by gods. For weal or for woe, I should wonder. For the time being, I shall remain here in the Rising Stones and assist Urianger with his research into the icons. If you would require aught further of me, simply ask. Oh no. Hold on. Have I not gotten far enough in the MSQ? Because we've not even started Dragonsong. So is that the issue? I think it might be. Yeah, shit, okay. Okay, I guess we're doing some of the Dragonsong MSQ then. Shit. I didn't think that we had to do that. I did not look into the things that we would be doing today enough, apparently. I'm jumping ahead because it's not until tomorrow that we're doing the unplanned, unprepped Elden Ring Pure Caster. For this one, I'm kind of supposed to have an idea of what the fuck is going on. Or at least you'd think. Okay, that's fine. What we need to do then is we need to max out our reputation with the VA, which we're going to do now. And then we'll do some MSQ. How many quests are there? I'm struggling to even find the MSQ. That's fine. One is Dragonsong main scenario. Just want to see how... Okay, so the good news is I only need to do the first set of quests. I don't need to do all of them. Okay. I only need to do the first patch. Master, what a pleasant surprise. Even though you're so busy with your own quests, I'm glad that you always stopped by to help me with the Adventurers Guild. Could not have done it without you. Our colony thrives, Master. Our new brothers and sisters are inspired by the Guild's beginnings and your generous help. Many now seek my tutelage to become adventurers themselves. They seek me as the one who learned from you. I would say more, but you know I'm no good with these things. No good at all. Words come out strange, but the storyteller wanted to see you. I think he could tell you better than I. Oh, and before we get too into this, I have gotten to rank 16 with the Chocobo. Which means we can now max out the Defender tree. Just like that. Really underwhelming because there's no achievement. And you don't even get the barding that you get from having completed this tree if it was the first tree that we did. I don't think you get the barding until you've done all 3 of them, which won't be until we're at rank 20. But still, it's just awesome that we could do that. And luckily I don't have to fuck about with this quest for the VAF. It's dead short like this. Kind hunter, generous hunter, you have contributed to our humble hive more than you know, and for that, we are truly grateful. Though Overmind now knows of our strength, we are certain he will do all in his power to keep his hold on the One Mind. But there will always be those who stray. There will always be VAF. More VAF means more individuals, those with different minds and feelings. We cannot hope to agree on everything, but we accept this divergence. Even if it leads us to clash amongst ourselves, it is worth our freedom. Through our colony's trials to preserve our existence, we will continue to tell our story, and we do not forget those who joined us in the struggles. We had no choice when we were linked to the Overmind, but now we choose to strengthen our bonds with you, Hunter. You may ever consider us your brothers and sisters. Yeah! We're now Bloodsworn. Which, to be fair, that hasn't unlocked anything new. But that's fine. There is now no further level for me to take them to. But I get more experience, which is nice. Would I like one of your homegrown Thav onions? Sure. The next time that we... Yeah, this is the thing that I've unlocked, is the armor set. I would not turn them down. It would save me like 100 to 200k. I know that I've got... So I can also get the Vath Framers kit. Nice. And I can buy some unidentified stuff, which is honestly the best thing that I can get from here, are these. So, which ones are the ones that I can buy for allied seals? It's bone and something else. I forget which one it is. Unidentifiable bone and seeds. So if I get shells, that should be fine. Sweet. But yeah, I've still got one quest that could give me a free Thavnarian onion, so I only need 2 more. Because I've used one which will get me up to 17. So then if I use the one that I get free, that'll get me up to 18, so I only need the one to get up to 19 and get up to 20. Yeah. Math. The math is mathin', I think. Okay, so now that we've done that, we need to go to the Foundation. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a considerable amount extra experience from each. Thing. Each Vath quest. There was apparently an S rank whilst we were dealing with Geralt and Ardashir. Yeah, so I was getting 28,500 experience for turning in every quest, and now I get an extra, basically 2k. Okay, it's actually not as much as I thought it was. Never mind. Never mind. I have so many Centurio seals. And in fact, I have a reason to go to the Forgotten Knight right now. I am so all over the place right now. Jesus Christ. Like, this is why I need to get into Stormblood so that I can use Centurio seals for something else. Because there's no point, I already have the mount for the clan mark logs, so there's no point in me buying them. I already have all of this stuff, including all of the riding maps. So the only other thing that I can do for the time being is I can buy these so that we could have, that's going to be what, 43 off us having 999, and then I can buy a shit ton of ventures. I will not need ventures for a while. The only other thing I could do is I could buy this equipment deliberately to give to the Grand Company, because I still need Numite. So I could use that to buy the Numite. Although I'm about half... No, I'm not halfway with Numite. I'm halfway with Ether Oils. I think. Take my Nath and Vath stuff. So now I could cosplay. Does the head work on Vera? No. Fuck. Really? That seems annoying. But okay. But I can cosplay as a Vath. Which, honestly, there's worse things I could wear. There's worse things I could wear. No, not the Estician. That's still got 2 minutes. Never mind. I am all over the fucking place. Where do I need to go? I know where I need to go. think. I need to go up to the pillars. And probably into House Forton. I will ride. Alright, what do I want the experience on? For MSQ. I still have to level Machinist and Dark Knight some more. Let's put it on Dark Knight. No. Let's put it on Machinist. Although I doubt there's going to be much experience from these, because these are the... Yeah, I really don't need to worry about the experience. These are post-patch ones, so they don't really give experience because you're already at the max level for that expansion. Fortuitous timing as always after. Totaro was about to brief me on the search for our missing comrades. If you'd be so kind then. Absolutely! You'll be pleased to hear that Riol and his men have been making excellent progress. You remember how Philomene helped me to escape the Crystal Braves in Limsa Lominsa, only to then disappear? Well, according to Riol, she crept aboard a ship bound for Razet Han, where she's been hiding ever since. He assures me that it won't be long before we're reunited. As for Ida and Papalimo, the remains of their link pearls have been found, and in Pearl Lane of all places. Riol thinks they must have disposed of them after escaping from the Royal Promenade. Yes, that would make sense. They would not risk being eavesdropped upon by our betrayers. We're all but certain they fled the city shortly after, though we still don't have a clue where they went. I see. And what of Thancred and Minfilia? I'm afraid I have nothing new to share about those two. But it's not all doom and gloom. The good news is we've enlisted the services of a Charlian scholar, one of the students of Baldessian, to aid in the search, who should be arriving any day now. One of the students, you say? I would very much like to meet this scholar, if time permits. But first, we must attend to a more pressing matter. Sir Aymeric has summoned the two of us for a private audience. The messenger did not specify what he wished to discuss, only that it was urgent. Assuming you have no objections after, I suggest we proceed to the congregation forthwith, and mayhap we can meet with the scholar afterwards. Agreed? In that case, I think I'll return to the Forgotten Knight for now. Things are liable to fall apart if I'm gone too long, you know. Well, maybe this scholar will paint us like one of their French girls. Although to be fair, they won't have their paintbrush yet. Dawn Trail hasn't been released. Nice reference. Thank you. Thank you. Although I now have to think, has that reference aged me? Because how many people know Titanic?
Thank you for coming. I wish to speak with you both in a place where privacy was assured.
Voice acting? You spoil us, Ambassador.
We quite understand. What was it that you wished to discuss?
With my father's passing, the seat of the Archbishop lies vacant. And so, in accordance with canon law, I have assumed his responsibilities. I should stress that this is a temporary measure. It was never intended that the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights serve in this capacity indefinitely. Quite the opposite. The statutes specify that I should surrender my powers as soon as a conclave of the senior clergy and the high houses have named a new archbishop. But in light of recent events, that would not seem appropriate.
I confess I did not expect you to divulge quite so much quite so soon. The details of the Archbishop's plans, perhaps, but the true origin of the war and all it entails?
I too had concerns. But when the Warrior of Light is witnessed returning to the capital upon the back of a dragon, one's options are rather limited.
Sorry about that.
Mayhap I could have concealed certain details, but for how long? And at what risk? Should the truth have come to light in the meantime, how would the people have viewed my silence? After 1,000 years of lies and secrecy, I could not well abuse their trust and hope to be believed. The time for deception has passed. I only wish the people agreed. That some would deny the truth I had anticipated, but not this many. And among the few who acknowledged that my father had to be stopped, no small number questioned our methods.
If they suspect a coup, it will not be long before some turn to violence.
It has already begun, and that on both sides. Men and women of the cloth are being harassed in the streets. Some have even been assaulted in the Broom. Hilda and her people have formed a watch to help us maintain order. But such measures will not prevent the unrest from spreading.
For all our talk of peace, the people remain frightened and confused. For their sake, we must bring the Dragonsong War to a definitive end.
And we should be glad to help you, Sir Emmerich. But what precisely would you have us do?
We wish to treat with the dragons of Anix Shrine. To that end, I would trouble you for an escort and an introduction.
Anix Shrine? You would speak with Vidofnir then?
We must needs open a dialogue between our peoples. Acting as my representative, Lucia will extend an invitation to their leader, that she might visit us here in Ishgard. Were she still with us, I would of course have beseeched Isel's assistance in this matter. But as she is not, I must ask that you aid us in her stead. Will you do us this favor? Thank you, my friends. Lucia, I leave the rest to you.
And of course, in the time that
In the wake of the Archbishop's fall, the nation of Ishgard trembled, the faith of her people shaken to its very core. For 1,000 years had they fought and died, certain of the justice of their cause, only to be told that their holy war was born of the sins of their forefathers. What then for those brave men and women, thus stripped of their righteousness but to despair, to deny the truth and decry its speakers? And what then for those whom they defamed but to hope on, to have faith in a brighter tomorrow? A tomorrow in which man and dragon might live together in harmony, then as distant as the very stars in the heavens. Yet while we dared to hope, deep within his lair the enemy lay, gathering his strength. Nidhogg, now possessed of his 2 eyes and the body of the Azure Dragoon, prizes to which he had laid claim at the very hour of the hero's triumph. As desperately as we sought the solace of peace, the great worm craved the misery of war. Nor was he alone in his misbegotten desire.
Okay. So, of course, while that cutscene was playing, there was, and has already died, an S rank that popped up on Ragnarok. Otherwise, I would have quickly tried and grabbed it for the Tombstones of Poetics. Whoopsie! I know little of the lands these dragons call home, this annexed shrine. Had you not agreed to escort me, the coming journey would seem a far more daunting prospect. I confess, I myself once shuddered at the thought of it. Yet even the longest journey begins with the first step, does it not? Ah, but ere we set forth, Arthur and I must needs inform our comrade of our plans. Very well, I shall see to my preparations. Then let us go and bid farewell to Tataru after. Hey. So, what was your secret meeting all about? I'm all ears. Diplomatic mission to annex Shrine, you say? Well, I suppose that does take precedence. But should your meeting with Vidofnir happen to end early, you might consider rendezvousing with Y'shtola in Idleshire. She'll be there to receive our guest. Don't get me wrong, your meeting with the dragons is terribly important and everything, but this scholar just happens to be... Time permitting, as I said, we shall endeavour to join Y'shtola, but if we cannot, pray, pass on our regards. Let us be off after. We've kept the first commander waiting long enough. Worst case scenario, you know of a particularly dead server that has no shortage of A ranks. That is very true. You make a fine point. You're ready then. Good. So am I. The path is long, but known to us. From Falcon's Nest, we shall cross the Western Highland and make the tail feather in the Dravanian Forelands. There we can stop and rest and replenish our supplies. Questions? If not, the stables await. Can I just meet them? I can just meet them at tail feather. Okay. I always imagined the first time I set foot upon Dravanian soil would be at the head of an army, and here I am, ready to treat with the brothers and sisters of mine enemies. Full well do I know how difficult it can be to set aside the past, though it was I who first proposed recruiting Yssol to our cause, and questioned the wisdom of my words almost as soon as I had uttered them, and for a long time after that. Here was a woman with the blood of innocence on her hands. Men, women, children, all slain in the name of the implacable Lady Iceheart. Yet she acknowledged her misdeeds and agreed to join us in a common cause. At our side she fought in service to that greater good, even unto her dying breath. And while that does not absolve her of her sins, I hope that one day she will be remembered not merely as a heretic, but as a misguided soul who dreamt of peace. You ask much, Master Alphino. Yet who can say what might come to pass, should our negotiations bear fruit? Yes, of course. We must press on to Annex Shrine, if you will follow me. It's rather unfortunate that I can't differentiate their voices very much at the moment. So I appreciate that me trying to voice them probably isn't working that greatly when they're in dialogue with each other. Could have just teleported here, thinking about it. Actually, you know what? Thinking about it, I might know where one of the A ranks is. If it hasn't been killed. Because it doesn't seem like anyone's running Heavensward trains. The Pile Raster was over here earlier. I think someone must have killed it. It was in one of these craters. Although actually, no, I think that's the B rank, isn't it? Is it the King of Wyverns? Or is there 2 A ranks in the expansions? I don't remember. Hey Vidofnir, how you doing? Been a while. Watch another S rank spawn. Now art ever welcome here, friend of Isal. But this one I do not know. Pray forgive us this unannounced visit, Vidofnir. May I present to you Lucia, first commander of the Temple Knights of Ishgard, and our trusted friend. It is an honor to meet you, Vidofnir. I am come as an envoy of Sir Aymeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights and acting leader of the Holy See. Indeed, you may speak, knight. For 1,000 years, man and dragon have been locked in an endless cycle of bloodshed and sorrow. To our shame, we long believed your kin to be the architects of this war. But now we know the truth, that King Thordan and his knights 12 did willfully betray and murder the great worm Ratotskir, shattering the peace between our peoples. For 1,000 years, our leaders conspired to conceal this truth, a truth which was at last laid bare by the Warrior of Light, the Azure Dragoon, and Yasal. Alas, a deception so intricately wrought cannot be undone in a moment, and our people labor to accept the truth. After an eternity of war, who would dare to dream that peace could at last be within our grasp? Yet dream we must, as Isal once did, and we must make that dream a reality. She could not. We humbly beseech you, Vidofnir, join hands with us in friendship once more, before the eyes of my people in Ishgard. A most unexpected invitation. I have heard your request, knight. However, I cannot yet give you mine answer. May I ask why? This matter concerneth my sire. He must needs be consulted. Moreover, the Nath grow bold, even as they did before, and I would not leave my people at the mercy of the swarm. Then we will wait. After 1,000 years of war, we'll not give up on peace for want of patience. Fear not, knight. Thou shalt have mine answer within thy lifetime. So soon, my humble thanks. I shall bear your words to my lord forthwith, until we meet again. Yeah, quickly. Fuck off. There's an S rank up. Click all the wrong buttons. That's a good start. I need to go to Louis Soir. Of course, there's a queue because everyone else is going for it. That's fine. I can get this. And if we can, then I'll have enough to get all the Thavnarian mist that I need so that we can continue and finish Kettle to the Metal. So then we are done with Jalzir, or Jalzan, on stream forever. And I just still have to do those 2 relics for the Dragoon and Summoner. Which we're getting there. We are getting there. It's slow because of fucking books. We're getting there. Upper. Anyone up on the party finder? No mind. Sweet. Oh yeah. Look at that cow butt. Yeah, normally, they turn around S ranks in about 3 minutes from when it's declared. So we got here just in time. At least that's what I've noticed from Chaos, is that the hunt finders will normally wait about 3 or 4 minutes. Okay, I think we're just waiting on one person that's on their way and then we'll get it done. General etiquette is to switch to a tank role, put your tank stance on and do a single ranged attack. And then run away. And that gets you the full credit for the kill. But you're not doing so much damage that it just immediately melts before anyone else can hit it. Which is especially important for A Realm Reborn S ranks, because they're so low level in comparison to the current cap. Cool, now we can head back to Phantom. And yeah, that'll give us just enough. We'll get the 10,000 mist. So now I just need 500 for the final step of the Anima Relic. That's fine. Let's head back to North Shroud. to fit these new components. I'm sure it's going to be a really fucking stressful day for me doing the actual upgrade. But I'm really looking forward to just having a good CPU. Again. After, do you have the Thavnarian mist we require? Yes. Yes, this is indeed the genuine article. Never in all my years did I imagine using something so precious on something so peculiar. Well, let us see what the power of alchemy can do for his kettle. Now that, my good sir, is how you make a kettle. Behold, the rich glow of finely wrought pottery. That's right, I got a fucking kettle. If ever there were legends born of kitchenware, this would surely warrant a place among them. The choicest fruit of the realm's most masterful blacksmith and her most accomplished alchemist. I give you ultimate kettle zenith. Well, I'll be thrice damned. Raga himself would be proud to have a kettle like that on his table. I bet you could whip up a nice blend of mulled tea and a count of 30 with that. Excuse me, Master Geralt. I hate to interrupt, but it's about the kettles for our client at the Rosewood stores. Thought you should know I've taken care of their order and it should arrive in Gridania within the day. The thing is, they insisted that the goods be delivered early, and I was forced to forego quality for the sake of crafting the requisite number in time. I'm truly sorry. I tested one with mulled tea to gauge its boiling speed, and regretfully it took a full count of 20 to prepare. I pray they will be merciful in their appraisal, knowing it was but a lowly apprentice and not your masterful hand that accommodated their request. Next, I believe, is an arms order from the House of Splendors. It's been ages since they last requested our services. I only hope the quality of my work will not discourage future business. Forgive me, I do not mean to sour the mood with talk of my shortcomings. Mayhap your coming masterpiece will serve to inspire me. I very much look forward to seeing it when it's finished. So yeah, Drake is a better blacksmith than Geralt. Looks like we've made a decent start on the kettle then. Ain't that right, Jazlan? Oh, yes, of course. A fine start indeed. At last we can begin our work in earnest. Something wrong after? You didn't think we was finished, did you? Far from it. That was just the roughing out stage, see? Now's the part where we turn her into a real kettle. Luckily, the rest of the stages for this are fucking easy. Yes, the all-important realization stage. For this, I fear we will need elixirs of a much greater potency. A quasi-soul potion rich with ether should serve our purpose as well. Boiling it down inside the kettle will allow me to interfuse and apply the solution in a single stroke, but its boiling point is incredibly high. We would need flames from the bowels of an inferno, the fiercest of gales to fan them, and the stoutest earth to contain them. Quite what form such ingredients might take I cannot say, but I must ask that you find them nonetheless. Sounds like what we're looking for are fragments from primals, namely Ifrit, Garuda and Titan. They may well suffice, yes. It would be so good as to procure them, we will make a kettle for the ages. Although, I need to go and do another S rank, which has just popped. This is what I've been doing off stream. Is just hopping around doing S ranks. So this one's on Cerberus. because it gets me allied seals, which until today I needed for Alexandrite, because fuck doing more maps. Since moving to the Faloop Discord, I've been able to jump on so many more S ranks that it's actually been viable to get the amount of Alexandrite I've needed from it. Whereas when I was using Clan Centurio, the reporting on that wasn't quite as good. So this one's in Outer. It's all the way over here. Okay, let's do. Is there? There is. Oh, never mind. Yep. Chernobog. So we might have to wait a couple of minutes for them to pull this one. There is a guaranteed 300 poetics before I need the 500 poetics item. So really I only need to do 2 S ranks. But if I can do more than that, that just helps me with the Anima Relic grind, because I need 70 ether oil. I still need a shit ton of unidentifiables. I still need a ton of Umbrite and singing clusters. Honestly, it's the unidentifiables that are probably going to be the choke point. Because the Umbrite isn't too expensive for each individual one. I just need quite a lot of them. Phantom. And now what we have is not quite an overlap, actually. I thought I was being smart, but it's not. It doesn't quite overlap. I need to do all of the well, not all of the. I need to do the 3 basic streams. I need to do Bowl of Embers, Howling Eye, and the Naval Extreme. These should not take very long to do solo. So let's just bash these out. To be fair, actually, these might be quicker if I did them as a different class. I don't know which one would be best. The White Mage doesn't have great DPS. And it isn't until 90 seconds in that I get Afflictus Misery, which would be the main thing that would do a ton of damage. Yeah, so I can't skip these invuln phases with my current DPS. Not that it really matters. And after this. So I now also need to do the hard version of that, but with Sindri equipped. So we'll do that in a minute. Okay, so now I need to do... Let's do the Howling Eye and get that one out of the way. Although actually, yeah, is there... What's the next best thing that I could do it as? It would probably be Summoner. Now comes the question of what's the weapon I have. Oh yeah, at 75. This might be quicker. Because I've got greater damage. Although, how do I play Summoner again? It's been a while since I played Summoner. Yeah, I really don't remember. Okay, they've just got a bunch of vulnerability down because they're right next to each other. That's all that's going on now. No, that's gone. We would really break that, which will stop the sleep effect. Yeah, the issue is that I just don't remember how to do Summoner. That bipping is terrible. Yeah, I'm not sure that was actually any quicker. There is still a point in me opening the chests for the A Realm Reborn Extremes because I still don't have the Nightmare mount. So if I get that, I will then have all of the A Realm Reborn Extreme mounts. Don't know if Summoner is going to be any quicker for this. I really need to remember how the fuck to play it. Which is, you know, apparently... my main downfall right now. I think my summoner will be able to survive this. The amount of health that I have. Oh, easy. Less easy. Does he do a wipe if you don't break his heart? There we go. Die. Thank you. And there we go. I think that's now the last stage for the kettle. I haven't been focusing on leveling stuff as much, because I'm kind of waiting until the Shadow data center goes live so that I can move over to that and get the experience buff again. So instead I've been focusing on trying to get poetics and doing my dailies and stuff like that. Good to see you back, lass. And with all your limbs at that. Did you get what we need? Listen, I know risking your neck fetching pointless shite for folk is your specialty. This means a lot. Seriously. You're more than just another adventurer. You're a mate. But enough of this sentimental bollocks. We got a kettle to make. We did it. There's no topping that. Not this time. Hold her up and see for yourself. Oh my god! Now there's a true kettle of legend, and the finest piece of pottery yours you'll ever see. Ultimate Kettle Nexus. By the gods, what an exquisite glow! Armed with such a kettle, I am quite certain one could prepare a flawless mulled tea in a count of 10, no, 5, mayhap even less. Thank you, both of you. When my client sees this little beauty, word's bound to travel fast. Folk the realm over will be crying out for my wares, just like back in the good old days. I have no doubt the road to your former glory is now clear before you, which only leaves the not-so-small matter of my Starforger title. I trust you've not forgotten our agreement? Nay, I've not forgotten. I plan to win that title from you fair and square. Excuse me, Master Geralt? I couldn't help but notice the kettle you've been working on, and seeing that you just finished it, I took it upon myself to look over the order. I'm sorry to report that it was due for delivery some time ago and that, well, the order was cancelled. Geralt, how could you forget? When was this order placed? Two years ago? What? But we did all that work. I did all that bloody work. No. This can't be happening. Now where am I going to find 100 million gil to pay off my bleeding notes? Pardon? You mean to say you were doing this for money all along? And there I was, thinking that I had at last discovered a modicum of decency in the gutter that serves for your soul. Should have known better. Hold on a minute, it's all coming back to me now. This order came in round the time you barged in here, ranting and raving about your godforsaken Zodiac weapon, distracting me from my work. This is your fault, you swiving, scabby-ass, shite-eating streak of piss. And you have the balls to ask for that bleeding title back? Bollocks to that, I'm keeping it, for good. Over my dead body, you ale-sodden little has-been. It seems whatever affliction claimed your hair has taken your brain as well. The title of Starforger is mine by right, and I will have it back. One way or another. Have at thee! Oh, Master Geralt. Well, it appears our client no longer requires this kettle. It would have been a waste to let it sit and collect dust here in Hurstmill. Might you be willing to take it, as a small token of appreciation for all you've done to help Master Geralt? I'm sure he'd like you to have it, quite sure. After taking a closer look at it, I believe I can replicate the kettle should you ever require another, though I doubt it will be as fine as Master Geralt's. You need only ask. That's something else that I plan on doing when we move to Shadow, is I'm going to buy a house. But yeah, there we go. We have now finished all of the kettles, which does include kettles that you can wear on your fists. Clearly, you know, that's something that everyone wants. Right? Right? And that also gets us the Carrier of the Kettle title. Which, you know, is clearly that's the thing that we care about. Title. It's actually kind of awesome as much as it is amusing. Yeah. So when we have the house, that's where I'll be putting the kettle. Where's the hole? There's the hole. Speaking of holes, I need to put some drink into one of mine. Not that one. You dirty bugger. Whilst we're at it, I'll put some chocolate in the hole as well. I should not have used the word hole. Given the circumstances, I would say that went rather well. To be frank, I am surprised our proposal was not rejected outright. Whether aught will come of it remains to be seen, however. Mayhap I should take this opportunity to speak with some of the other dragons. But you need not wait for me. The return journey holds no fears for me now. Well, if you have no further need of our services, we shall continue on to Sharlayan. We hope to welcome a scholar who has agreed to aid us in search of our missing comrades. And I pray your journey is as swift and uneventful as ours was. And thank you again for sparing the time to assist us, even when such grave matters remain unresolved. Think of no graver matter than a 1,000-year war, one which our friends gave their life to see ended. Suffice it to say, I would willingly make 1,000 such journeys to ensure that their sacrifice was not in vain. Of that I have no doubt, Master Alphino. I only hope the fates will not hold you to your word. Okay, let's go see Alala about a painting. So, it would seem we have time to greet this scholar after all. How delightful. I shall be interested to hear how she means to go about finding Minthelia and Thancred. I can only assume she is privy to some new investigative technique. In any event, our first order of business is to rendezvous with Justola in Idleshire. The only thing that we know about them is that they are a student of Baldessian. Which basically limits it to being... There is one student of Baldessian that has been mentioned in the story so far. But they are effectively in a coma. And then there was another student of Baldessian that we actually met, and that was Graha Tia, who is currently sleeping in the Crystal Tower. So as far as we know, both of the students of Baldessian that we are aware of are fucked. Arthur, it is good to see you. I confess, I had assumed your business in Anix Shrine would detain you longer. Did your meeting with Bedofnir go well? As well as can be expected. You must discuss Sir Amaric's proposal with Hraesvelger, of course, but she seems amenable to the suggestion. What of our Charlian guest? Has she arrived yet? She has, but when I explained that you would be joining us, she asked if she might use the intervening time to explore. I agreed to meet her outside on Frontbridge. We should be on our way. I can imagine that she would want to explore. After all, she's been in a coma. She's so tiny.
I'm terribly, terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
I actually like her voice. Now, I won't lie. When I first played this and went through the story, at this point I was already skipping cutscenes and all that stuff. I didn't realise Kryl was a woman because I wasn't paying attention. And it's very difficult to tell with Lalas whether they're male or female. And to me, Kryl seemed masculine because it's quite it's quite a harsh name. While if it had been like Kryla or Krylee or something like that with more of a feminine end to it, I would have probably gotten that they were meant to be a woman. I don't think it was until I was doing Eureka in Stormblood, which is the Relic instanced zone, that I realised she was female.
You need not apologize. We arrived but a moment ago ourselves.
Pray, allow me to introduce Kryl, who has recently come from the Sharlayan motherland. She has generously offered to assist us.
Oh, please, think nothing of it. A trip to Eorzea was long overdue. You must be the Warrior of Light. Yes, you certainly do look the part. A pleasure to meet you at last, miss. And who is that I spy but young Alpha No Levieux himself? I dare say someone's grown an ilm or two in my absence. Or are those lifts in your boots?
Oh, she's sassy. I like it.
We, Miss Kryl and I met at the Studium years ago. I shall forever be indebted to her for her sage guidance.
Alphino, did you have a crush on Kryl?
It was no small task keeping him out of trouble, believe you me. The youngest ever to enter the Studium, him and his sister, 11-year-old prodigies. Suffice it to say, social graces were not among his list of talents. Striding up to his seniors on his first day, head held high. What was it he said again?
Thank you, Kryl.
Oh god, the Source filmmaker facial animations are back. It's when they expand their eyes and like you can just see the entire like eyeball in its setting is just ugh. Okay, so she's more like an auntie.
Would you care to attempt a more dexterous deflection?
Mayhap we should save this delightful conversation for a more fitting occasion, when pressing matters do not demand our undivided attention.
A bit much, but better. I can tell you have been putting your skills to use here in Eorzea. Henceforth, I trust you will dazzle me with your eloquence at the first time of asking. Right, on to more pressing matters. Finding Minfilia and the other missing scions.
I gather you have new information to share with us.
A new approach, actually. Tataru recounted the tale of your escape, and it gave me an idea. Simply put, assuming Thancred left some manner of trail when you whisked him away, as is almost always the case with teleportation magics, I am confident I can find and follow it.
Then what are you waiting for?
The wherewithal to do it. The fact is, my abilities aren't quite up to the task. Not in themselves, anyway. If I had Master Matoya's crystal eye, on the other hand...
Then let us all call on her forthwith. I think it best you explain your plan to her in person.
Nods all round. That's how you know it's a good plan. Alright, now, if we see a big armored goblin, I should murder it. Of course, it's probably not going to show up. Not on the tiny patch that I'm looking at as I go somewhere else. In fact, you know what? I think I... Oh, never mind. I was going to say I think I prefer my Astro Glam, but of course, my Astro is wearing the same things as my other healers, so that won't work. Yeah, we'll go with Ninja. You did say we were headed for a cave, did you not? So I certainly don't see a cave nearby. Is Master Matoya meeting us on the way or something? I have heard many stories of Master Matoya. Some quite flattering, others less so. Rest assured, they are... Oh, rest assured, they are all true. This way, and have care where you tread. Hey, old bitch, we're back.
Oh, is that trouble I smell? Or did you forget to wipe your boots on the way in?
Forgive us, Master Matoya. We will be sure to wipe them on the way out. And may I say how glad I am that age has not yet deprived you of your senses.
Ever so quick-witted, aren't we? To the detriment of your manners. Well, out with it then. What do you want?
Pray, allow me to introduce myself, Master Matoya. I am Kryl, of the students of Baldessian. I hope you will excuse our unannounced visit.
Baldessian, you say? Oh, yes. The old coot set up shop on the Isle of Val, didn't he?
Regrettably, our order's headquarters and the isle itself were obliterated by a magic of immense power. I have the blessing of light to thank for my own preservation.
Kryl, you too possess the Echo.
Well, yes, of course I do.
I'm not sure why that's so...
Our order is devoted to uncovering the mysteries of Hydaelyn and interpreting her will, particularly through the study of her gift to us. It was in the course of these studies that I met and subsequently befriended Minfilia. She and I have rather a lot in common.
I had no idea.
You weren't supposed to. Not that I wanted to deceive you, you understand, but precautions had to be taken.
Yes, that's all well and good, but you still haven't told me why you're here.
The students of Baldessian are gone, and there is naught I can do to change that. But the signs of the Seventh Dawn can yet be restored, and my dear friend found. You have in your possession an ancient crystal of light, one you call your crystal eye. I believe I can use it to focus my abilities and locate one of the missing scions.
And there I was, thinking you might want to make use of my years of experience. Oh, wait here.
Long did I ponder the nature of this crystal and its familiar radiance. But never did I suspect it was a crystal of light.
On the cusp of an umbral calamity, souls blessed with the power of the Echo invariably appear. To aid these, her chosen warriors, Hydaelyn bequeaths to each a slither of her strength in the form of a crystal of light. But as her strength wanes, so too does the potency of her gifts. This crystal, born of an earlier era, is infused with a power far greater than those of this age.
You could travel the length and breadth of the land and not find a crystal even a fraction as pure. Its value is beyond measure, as are the risks inherent in its use.
No two manifestations of the Echo are alike. I, for example, can converse with beings of every shape and size, excepting beasts, contrary to what others would have you believe. Language has nothing to do with it, of course. Rather, I am sensitive to the whispers of the soul. Their intent, their very essence even, the traces of which serve to guide the elementals to Y'shtola. Far-fetched though it may sound, I believe that with your crystal eye, I may be able to pick up where they left off and follow the remaining trail to Thancred. That is, if I have your permission.
It's nice seeing Alphino get all
Well,
flustered.
the poor sod's not going to find himself. So, as long as you don't drop it or take it out of my sight, you may do with it what you will.
Thank you, Master Matoya. Then let us begin. From the Black Shroud, the trail continues to the north and west, towards a mountain, the foot of Som Al. It was a near thing, but he was not deposited within the rock. I think.
The hunters of Tailfeather know those lands well. I say we begin our search there.
The Thancred has been in Dravania this entire time. Alphino isn't quite the fitting image he always tries to present himself as. But he does seem a bit uptight. It would be nice to see him loosen up a bit more. Especially given all that we've been through with him. But the same could be said for Elise. Or at least the Elise that we've seen so far. I think she relaxed a bit because of going through the coils of Bahamut. But still. It'll be interesting to see how they act in Stormblood. Were I to find myself in an unfamiliar wilderness, my first instinct would be to seek out signs of civilization. Ordinarily, perhaps, but in his wounded state, he may not have wished to risk contact with strangers of unknown allegiance. Yet even had Thancred chosen to remain in the forest, the hunters would surely have stumbled across his trail. Tailfeather doesn't strike me as an isolated outpost, though. Merchants and traders pass through reasonably regularly, do they not? In which case, we'll need to provide a more detailed description when we question the locals. Fear not, Krile. I've already prepared several sketches of Thancred for that very purpose. This is impressive. You drew him from memory? A skill I acquired some years ago for reasons I no longer remember. I propose we split into two pairs. Y'shtola and I will inquire at the outlying encampments, while After and Krile question the residents of Tailfeather. Afterwards, we shall regroup near Loth Asavath and share our findings. Assuming there are no objections, let us be about it. Cool. Now, Auntie Krile. Tell us all of his embarrassing stories. My, he certainly has matured, hasn't he? Hard to imagine he was once a boy who practiced drawing for hours to impress young ladies. Anyway, we'd best get started. Find me when you've finished making your rounds. Oh, you know what I can do? That, not that. I mean, I can do that, but that's not what I meant. let's have Anima for a bit, shall we? You see Elise differently. She seems more jaded and hurt from the harsh world of Eorzea, so she puts up a tough shield and keeps people at a distance. From what we've seen, at least from A Realm Reborn, I'd be inclined to agree with you. Searching for a friend of yours. Let's have a look then. No, I ain't seen him around. Sorry. Hey, Master Sean. What's that you got there? A sketch? Can't say another face. You say he's something of a warrior? I heard a tale the other day about a Huron vagabond who brought down a band snatch by himself, and with style. The way they tell it, he was dancing with the beast like it was a bell of the bleeding bull. Sound like your man? Yep, that does indeed sound like Thancred. Whoop. A Huron man? Yeah, not exactly rare, you know. Could you be more specific? I did spy this one bloke a while back. Didn't get a good look at his face, but it could have been him. This was beyond the forest, as I recall, along the river to the west of Tailfeather. I remember thinking he wasn't much of a hunter. The lad was making no effort to cover his tracks, see. That, and he was carrying an axe instead of a bow. Finished. In that case, I think we've learned everything we can here. Let's see what the others have found out. Well, did you find him? My apologies for our late arrival. We thought it wise to question as many hunters as we could. Many have made camp in inaccessible locations, ideal for hunting game, not so receiving visitors. Nevertheless, our time proved well spent. There have been countless sightings of an exceptionally capable Huron hunter with whom no one is familiar. Though none chanced to see the man's face, his height and build match Thancred's description, as does his fighting prowess. So you've heard the same tales. Be that as it may, we yet want for conclusive proof. Mayhap this is unrelated, but I heard a curious tale regarding a Vath trader. He came to Tailfeather in search of garments fit for a man of refinement, which seemed a rather curious description for one of his kind. You were implying that Thancred sent a Vath to market in his stead. Why would he not go himself? Well, if you recall, you yourself emerged from the livestream as naked as your name day. It is a scene I shall never forget. Is it now? Well, I was pleased to see you. I mean, it was a simple statement of fact. It stands to reason that Thancred found himself in the same predicament. In any case, if he had dealings with the Vath, they should be able to tell us, no? And you know, we are bloodsworn with them. Quite right. Ryle, quite right. So, you know, it's kind of fucking ridiculous that whilst we were doing all of this stuff to become Bloodsworn, no one thought to mention the naked man that appeared. Well, what are we waiting for? For all we know, Thancred could be waiting for us in Lothas Vath. We must go and see the Vath right away. Come along, everyone. Come along. Great hunters, we welcome you once more to Lothas Vath. What do you seek this day? We seek a man with whom we are told you may have had certain dealings? How curious. The hunters tire of godly sport and pursue mortal prey? No, he's not prey, but a friend long missing. Good. He's a friend to the Vath as well, one with whom we have traded many times. Truly? You're quite certain it was this man? There's no doubt. The fleshling clothed in skins came to us from Somal, lost and weak. He offered meat and hides in trade, and in exchange we tended his wounds. He brought us much flesh, so skilled a hunter he was. Much flesh. When he asked for garments, we were glad to provide them. And where is he now? Gone to Lothas Nath, not long ago, when he heard the One Mind had summoned our god once more. Ravana has returned? Vidofnir did say the Nath had grown as before, but what could Thancred hope to accomplish by himself? Honoured Elder, we thank you for your help. Would that we could repay this kindness ere we departed, but we must hasten to our comrade's side. Go, great hunters, lest the Nath claim him as a sacrifice. Hold up. S rank. This should be the last S rank that I have to do. For the purposes of this stream. Because in the process of doing the trials, we should get the remaining tombstones that I need. I got to this one very early as well, so we might have to wait a little bit. do love the petrol mounts, which is what this flying manta ray looking thing is. I think, is that the island petrol? Or is that the Eureka one? You love its face, it's adorable. Yeah. I know that there's one that you get from Island Sanctuary, but there's also one that you can get from Eureka. Oh, and now there is another S rank that just so happens to be on Phantom. Right on back-to-back S ranks. This is the thing that's great about the Falup Discord, is that quite often it will be that there is, like, effectively a train of S ranks. Well, they'll spawn the same S rank from one server, one world to another. And so you can just hop between them. So at least for Chaos, this has been much better than the Clan Centurio Discord was. But I don't know what Shadow will be like when we move to that, because it'll obviously be quieter, I imagine. Although I imagine there's going to be quite a lot of people that will move over to it for the bonuses that you get. You don't imagine there should be anything stopping me from temporarily hopping back to this data center either. That's true, yeah. If I find that the hunts are really, really quiet on Shadow, I could deliberately data center travel back to Chaos. Like we have been traveling to Zervan to play with you, Drakeman. It makes another it just adds another step. Whee! Oh, I fell down. I fell down. Oh, okay, they already disbanded. Cool, thank you. Right, well, I now only need 200 tombstones for the thing that we need tombstones for, so... I still also need to unlock the Warring Triad things. It's slightly inconvenient since you can't access your retainers as well. That's true, but I'm not as bothered about that. Because to be honest, my retainers aren't giving me that much great stuff at the moment. Like, every so often, I'm getting an augmented piece of, like, level 70 gear. Like, the Skaven set, I might get a piece of it. Or a piece of the Lost Allegan set. I've even got a couple of Deep Shadow bits, which is quite nice. But it's not all that vital to me. Fair enough, I could get venture offers eventually, and those would be worth it for the dies, but if I would be data center traveling for the sake of hunts, it would be because I want to just focus down on getting some hunts in, so I wouldn't mind losing retainers for a bit. It's just that I wouldn't be able to...
Who else could be? Thancred. It could be Thancred. We must hurry.
I wouldn't be able to, like, see an S rank pop up and then data center travel to then potentially also world travel to still try and grab the hunt. So I'd have to already be on the data center and then world travel if needed. That's not Thancred! And they're all using the first stage of the Zodiac relics. My axe is better than yours.
This day, we reclaim the reins of history. This day, we rid ourselves of the Asians forever!
Fools playing at heroes, all of you. Is this how you believe you can save your world?
We can and we will, Asian. You shall see. Or perhaps you will not! So you are the warrior of light, the savior of Eorzea. It's a wonder you didn't come sooner, what with the primal and all. Lost a step, have we?
Have care. The ether moves strangely around him.
It would seem we share a common enemy. Mayhap you would tell us who you are.
Shall we show them?
Was that necessary? Yeah, welcome to the party, Cry. Hey, Thancred. Looking good. I like the little soul patch that he's got going on. Those are some pretty ugly daggers. Yep, just the death stare of Olala.
Not very sporting of you to interrupt, but so be it.
I mean, they were just making it a fair number.
Mark well our faces, warrior of light, for we are the warriors of darkness, walkers of a different path, and we shall meet again.
Warriors of Darkness? Really?
Thancred! Are you all right?
Pleasantries can wait. I'd rather not be here when the Nath arrive. Agreed?
Suffice it to say, our reunion was not at all as I pictured it. Waiting until the last instant to join the fray. 'Tis plain you have not lost your appetite for the dramatic.
My appetite for the dramatic? Have you forgotten the circumstances of our parting? The heroic last stand, the tunnel filling with light, and then...
His voice seems higher pitched than I remember it. It doesn't quite fit his face.
Had I known you intended to use forbidden magics to deliver me to some god's forsaken wilderness, I would have thanked you in advance.
Thancred.
Like, I appreciate that's the difference between...
If nothing else, you might have warned me that I would emerge from the live stream in the altogether.
The fact that it's a nutkin that's hiding his nuts. I know that it's the difference between A Realm Reborn voice acting and Heavensward voice acting, but I think his A Realm Reborn voice fit him better.
Eventually, I managed to fashion knives from some obsidian I found, and set about hunting for meat and hides. Given that I'm not all that skilled in leatherworking, it's probably for the best that I met the Vath before I was reunited with you.
So you were the fleshling clothed in skins of whom the storyteller spoke?
A description which fit me as ill as the skins themselves. Happily, I was able to trade with the Vath for garments better becoming a man of refinement. From them I learned of Ravana, and of the great warrior who had once laid him low.
And thence did you conclude that were you to track the Primal's movements, it would surely bring you into contact with the Scions once more.
It seemed a reasonable assumption. I could think of no one else with your enthusiasm for slaying beastmen gods. Until now, that is.
Ah, yes. The self-proclaimed Warriors of Darkness. 'Tis only fitting that they stand in opposition to the Warrior of Light, I suppose.
I glimpsed the leaders past, if only for a moment. They were confronting a man in black. An Ascian, I think.
If these warriors are capable of doing battle with Ascians and Primals both, they must be possessed of powerful protection. Protection not unlike the Echo.
If you're not mistaken, you think his voice actor changes again. It seems different from Endwalker. Yeah, I don't expect it to be consistent throughout them all. It might change in Stormblood, for all I know. Because obviously Thancred isn't showing up very much. Like, we went through the entirety of Heavensward and he didn't appear. And it's just now that we're in the post-Heavensward that he's showing up. Blessed with the power of the Echo, and driven to put down Primals, despite its declaration that they walk a different path, I struggle to see how their goals conflict with ours. Nor is that the only oddity. I find it passing strange that such exceptional individuals should have wholly escaped our notice until now. Surely we would have heard rumours and attempted to recruit them to our cause. I recall no such adventurers, and I would not soon forget their like, nor would any of us, I think. One of our primary duties was to scour the city-states for promising candidates, which is how Ida and Papalimo found after. Ah, the memories. It seems like only yesterday that you slew your first primal. Speaking of which, I had the distinct impression that it was not the first time that band of merry men and women had killed a god. I labour to believe that a band as preternaturally gifted adventurers has been travelling the land, slaying primals without our knowledge. It would imply gross negligence on our part. Speculation will avail us naught. There's far too much we do not know. For the present, we must needs concentrate on what we do know, namely that Lord Ravana is no more. Vidofnir must be informed. The news may render her more receptive to Sir Amaric's invitation. Since you seem to have affairs here well in hand, I shall take my leave. Simply being in the vicinity of this colony is giving me a stinking headache. If you have need of me, I shall be with Master Matoya. I would beg her assistance in the search for Minfilia. Wait, Minfilia is missing? I thought she escaped with After. I shall explain on the road. Much has happened in your absence. I had not thought to see thee again so soon, mortal. If thou seekest the night, know that she hath long since departed for Ishgard. My thanks, Vidofnir, but it was not for her that we came. We bring good tidings for you and yours. Lord Ravana, who had been summoned by the Nath, has again been laid low. Truly, once more your mortals have succeeded where mine own kind did fail. You have our deepest thanks. Would that we could take credit, but God fell by another hand. Another? Revelation upon revelation. Regardless, it is cause for celebration. The Nath will have no choice but to withdraw. But to another matter. I have tidings for thee as well, regarding the Ishgardian's invitation. As promised, I brought the matter to my sire. Hearken to his answer now. For 1,000 years have I mourned my beloved, who gave her life to forge the peace thy king betrayed. Such was my lot, until a child of Ishgard came unto me. For want of warmth, she wrapped herself in a dream. Yet the world will remember her deeds. For truth, she fought. For justice, she sinned. For redemption, she sacrificed and became as light. To follow one's heart, to have faith in one's convictions, be it for weal or be it for woe. Such is the folly and the glory of man and of dragon. He hath entrusted the choice to us, and we have made it. We will keep faith with you who walk in the light. Then you accept Sir Americ's invitation. Let it be known that I, Vidofnir, shall journey unto Ishgard on behalf of my people. We are honoured to receive your answer, and will convey your words to our allies without delay. It's happening, Yasal. Would that you were here to see it.
Even as the Scions celebrated the return of a long-lost friend, honorable men plotted to deprive them of another. Honorable men, to whom Sir Emeric was no hero, but a scheming patricide. Honorable men who would fain wash the paving stones of foundation with the tyrant's blood. Honorable men whose knife in the dark was the spark which set the city aflame, and who sang as it burned.
Honourable men, otherwise known as cunts. Oh, if I just need to go to Foundation. Oh. Right, let us not keep Sir Aymeric waiting. Are you quite well, Thancred? Yes, quite well. Forgive me. You've given me rather a lot to digest. This whole affair with the Ishgardians and the Dravanians, and our friends nowhere to be found. It would seem there is no end to our troubles. We can but face them head on, one at a time. For now, we must apply ourselves to our allotted tasks, and leave the others to theirs. Remember, Thancred, we found you, as they found me. In time, we will find Ida and Papalimo, and Minfilia as well. These troubles will soon be but a memory, one which we will look back on together. Pray, do not misunderstand. I did not mean to imply that it would be otherwise. I merely wished that I had rejoined our grand adventure at one of its more triumphant moments. Despite your recent accomplishments, the mood here is less than celebratory. But I have no doubt that we will enjoy many more glorious victories soon enough. You may rest assured that I will play my part in them to the very hilt. I know you will. So then, to the congregation. Are we not going to take Thancred to Tataru? I mean, it seems like the kind of thing that, she'd want to know as soon as possible. You've returned. In this, at least, the fates are kind. Greetings, First Commander. It pleases me to inform you that Vidofnia has accepted Sir Americ's invitation. She has! These are glad tidings indeed. Would that the Lord Commander were here to hear them. Oh? Is he otherwise engaged? Aye, sleeping off a knife to the gut. What? What happened? Will he live? The Chirugians will The Chirugians tell me that he will make a full recovery. Had Lord Edmont and Lord Artorial not been on hand when the assassins struck, he would not have been so fortunate. For a mercy, they subdued the fiend before he could land the telling blow. The attack was just the beginning, though. Not long after, the buildings all around the city, including several of ours, burst into flame. Bastards caught us completely by surprise. We've been dousing the fires, but for every one we put out, it's like 2 more start up. Casualties are mounting, especially in the Broom. It is plain these fires were started by the assassin's conspirators. Until they've been rounded up, there will be no end to this. Will you help us find them? Then, let us be about it. Blah, blah. Yes, Thrill, there's a lot of blah, blah right now. I'm sorry. The flames are spreading. We must needs begin our investigation immediately. Witnesses must be found. Suspects must be identified. Have you been able to determine the precise locations where the fires were set? Mayhap there's a pattern? If there is, we have yet to discern it. Fires have been reported throughout the city, in both the pillars and foundation. Indeed, given the size of the area affected, I think it best to divide our forces. Master Alphino and Mistress Y'shtola, I would have you take charge of the investigation in Foundation. As you wish. Mayhap Tataru can be of assistance as well. Meaning after me get the pillars. Oh, they'll like me up there. Only question is, will the grizzled old rogue striking a pose over there be joining us? Thancred, of the Signs of the Seventh Dawn. And may I say what a pleasure it is to meet you too, my lady. I'll bet. Name's Ilda. Sign, eh? Never was thinking I'd found a fellow ruffian amongst all these illustrious personages. I'll remain here to coordinate the fire-quenching effort. If you learn aught of value, pray, inform me immediately. That is all. While we could begin by sifting through charred rubble and questioning random passers-by, in my experience, every town has at least one individual who can be counted on to know things he or she should not. Aye, the infamous Lord Emmanuelaine de Forton, lover of women and wine, though neither care for him that much. They say he could gossip for Ishgard. Just the sort of fellow I had in mind. Capital suggestion, Arthur. He'll be at the Crozier most like, making an effort to be seen. So let's go and see him. Grizzled, I'll accept. But old? Ugh. State of play was shit, was it? Well, they can't all be bangers. I say that like I've paid any attention. I haven't even looked at the trailer for the Elden Ring DLC. Though you have now legally put Silent Hill 1 to 4 on Steam Deck. Ah, nice. Those aren't terrible. They're quite rueful. There's a new Monster Hunter. That would explain why all the old Monster Hunters on PC have been part of a Humble Bundle recently. 2 remake in October, and you've not done any before. Oh, do you mean Silent Hill 2 remake? Yeah. Given that we're up to date on Resident Evil, although I still need to play 4 remake or remaster or whatever the fuck it is, I could potentially do Silent Hill at some point as well. Although I've got more than enough games to play as it stands. The only thing I remember of Silent Hill games is the static, like the radio static that was an indicator of whether or not there was an enemy nearby. And I think that may have started with Silent Hill 2. Not sure if that was a thing in 1. Well, well, if it isn't after. Dearest of all my friends. You're looking rather glum. Something the matter, old girl? Ah, yes, the arsons. Dreadful business, that. Awfully curious, wouldn't you say? There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it all. Naturally, we've doubled the guard outside the manor, along with most of the other houses. Can't have the old pile going up in flames, after all. Ah, in case you are wondering why the Hoplon is awash with refugees, lower levels of the vault have been opened to those unfortunate souls who've lost their homes. Sir Americ's orders, from what I hear. Remarkable man. Not even a knife in the ribs can keep him from his duties. Actually, old girl, if you were thinking of questioning the refugees, I should be more than happy to accompany you to the Hoplon. While you conduct your inquiries, I could offer words of comfort to the distressed and despondent young maidens. Wait a moment, I know what that is. You're giving me one of your looks, aren't you? You do me an injustice, old girl. I'll have you know my heart yearns for but one rose, prickly though she may be. I sense you remain unconvinced. Very well. If it will help to prove the purity of my intentions, I shall gracefully rescind my offer. Now, run along and catch those arsonists. That was not entirely what I had hoped for. Whose idea was it to come here again? Never mind. For our next step, I suggest we divide our efforts. While you question the refugees in the Hoplon, I shall investigate the locations where the fires were set. Would you be so good as to join me, Hilda? You know what? I reckon I would. Can't have you roaming about in an unfamiliar city by your lonesome, can we? You'd only get robbed blind and left shivering in your small clothes. There's another S rank, but I don't need it, so I'm gonna just focus on the MSQ. I mean, I do need it, but I don't need it for on stream right now. There was a man with a satchel. Saw him kneeling outside the window. And then there was smoke everywhere. It was so hot. I couldn't breathe. I don't remember how I made it out. I suppose I must have climbed. Maybe my arm is getting better after all. Come, my brothers and sisters. There is food and shelter enough for all in the Basilica. His blessings be upon you, Father. I confess we were not sure if we should come. There are so many unbelievable tales these days about the Archbishop and Sir Aymeric and the Dravanians. Trust in your heart, brother, and pay no heed to the lies of lesser men. They seek only to lead you astray. Do you require succor as well, miss? So the Temple Knights have begun their investigation at last. Good. This madness has gone on far too long. Would that I could do something to aid you in your search, but I have a duty to these poor souls. Farewell, and may the Fury guide your steps. Hearts was one of the first homes to be claimed. I didn't see how the fire began. It was only when I heard our neighbours shouting that I looked outside and saw the flame. We barely escaped with the clothes on our backs. Were it not for the church's generosity, I don't know what we'd do. Right, yeah. Although it seems just a little suspicious that the church is admonishing the statements of Sir Aymeric as lesser men, and all that shit. It's just a little bit sus, my guy. Ah, there you are. Anything to share? We'll require more than the muddled testimony of a traumatized girl if we're to identify the culprits. While you were questioning the refugees, we inspected the scenes of several fires, including one near St. Raymond's Cathedral and another near the Tribunal. For a mercy, neither structure suffered significant damage. Some might say they were spared by the grace of the Fury. Others might question how much ruthlessly efficient arsonists contrived to fail so miserably on the 2 occasions where their target was a bastion of Ishgardian orthodoxy. Nothing conclusive, of course, but it does give one cause to wonder. Alphino will doubtless have an opinion. So where is he? Okay. I still want to try and finish the stream today on us finishing the first Anima Relic, which I think should be reasonable. Silence will avail you naught, sir. Ah, after. I was just about to summon you. As you can see, we've detained a suspect. We found this man loitering near the remains of one of the stricken buildings. According to eyewitnesses, he was also present before the fires broke out. We wished to have words. He did not. So we insisted. Let me go, damn it! You got the wrong man! My, but you reek of oil. And are those burns on your hands? An occupational hazard, I suppose. But tell me, does arson pay well? I'm a victim, you imbecile. Look at me. Aye, that you are, after a fashion. You should know that your pious patron has already spun us a delightful yarn about how his pet mongrel slipped the leash and set about burning half the city to the ground. Not very noble of him, I grant you, but then these highborn types rarely do show loyalty to their pets. In fact, he called you rabid and begged us to put you down. That's bollocks! He's the one that told me to keep going. Even a sinner such as me could find salvation in the Fury's work, he said. I left it behind. Tried to, with all my heart. Said my prayers every day, like a good man. But he came to me. He came to me! And there you have it, Hilda. Would you be so kind as to escort our friend here to the congregation? Aye, as long as you don't mind if he's limping when he gets there. That was incredible, Thancred. But how did you know he would confess? Well, I've seen his like before. A troubled soul, manipulated by men of power and wielded as a weapon. I could not be certain, of course, but given the stakes, I thought it worth the risk. If our captive had called your bluff, must we entertain hypotheticals? The world as it is vexing enough. Thank you, Thancred. Whether by luck or judgment, we have at last confirmed that these arsons were orchestrated by a person or persons of influence. I think it best that we now return to the congregation and discuss how best to proceed. Okay, so this next quest that we get is the one that I need to complete in order to unlock the Warring Dryad. On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, I thank you all. The man you apprehended is being interrogated as we speak, though we fell silent upon realizing that we had not turned his master. He'll soon tell us what he knows, one way or another. Pardon the intrusion, First Commander. Ah, Lord Artorial. Are you come to see your father? He is attending Sir Aymeric in his chambers at present. I am, but he bid me bring this salve. Then do not let me detain you, and thank you for your kindness, my lord. In times of trouble, every man must do his part. Would that I could do more. My Lord Artorial did not seem to be in the best of spirits. 'Tis little wonder, Master Alpino. His father is widely slandered, and his half-brother not yet cold in the grave. It doesn't really matter what I take, so just give me the money. Speaking of his half-brother, what isn't dead or is recreated in a goldsmith's workshop can never die. Yep. Too soon. Too soon.
I do not mean to diminish our accomplishments, but until we identify the ones who ordered the fires set, our work is far from finished.
Between the various conservative and religious factions in Ishgard, I dare say there's no shortage of parties who would like to see the status quo preserved. Do any likely suspects spring to mind?
Far too many to count.
Lord Commander, your wounds.
Are healing well. Thank you. Time is of the essence. Lest we forget, these men would sooner put their own city to the torch than see it change. When our enemies learn that we have apprehended their arsonist, there is no telling how they will react.
Lord Commander, an armed mob has seized control of the vault.
And now we know. Tell us what happened, sir. Spare no detail.
We were directing refugees into the Basilica, as you ordered, when all of a sudden, men brandishing weapons were all around us. It happened so fast, my lord. We had no time to respond. They've taken the refugees hostage and barricaded themselves inside the vault.
And they sent you to deliver their demands.
They, the true brothers of the faith, demand that a conclave to select the next archbishop be held forthwith. Furthermore, they declare that you, Lord Commander, are guilty of patricide and high treason, and that you must surrender yourself at once to receive of the Fury's judgment.
Ridiculous! I mean, do they honestly think that executing Sir Emmerich would change anything? That the truth will somehow die with him?
These fundamentalists rage against the passing of the old ways, unable to accept there can be no going back.
Given the fanciful nature of their demands, a peaceful resolution does not seem likely. If the hostages are to be rescued, it will be by force, I fear.
Agreed. Lucia, take a contingent of knights and establish a perimeter outside the entrance.
At once, Lord Commander.
Hilda, I need your people out in force throughout the Broom. When word spreads of the situation, the friends and family of the hostages may try to take matters into their own hands. I will not give these militants more targets. I shall lead the assault on the vault. Master Alphino, can I count on the support of the Scions?
Of course.
We are in your debt.
I shall join you as well, Lord Commander.
Your assistance is most welcome, Lord Atwarel. To arms then, friends. Time is against us.
Oh, so do I now have to run the vault again, but with different enemy placements? To be fair, that could be cool. Well, it is going to be an instance where I am level synced down, so let's go for something where I'll at least have some damage. Listen well, we will enter the Basilica silently via this gate. According to our latest reports, there are at least 6 hostages being held within. The numbers and readiness of the true brothers of the faith are unknown. I am told one claimed to have served under Thordran VII. Might the same be true of the rest? Given the swiftness with which they seized control of the vault, I think it highly likely, yes. Which means that they may well possess the knowledge required to turn the building's defences against us. Be that as it may, we have no choice but to press on. Lord Artoriel, you are a brave man and true, and none would dare question your honour if you chose not to risk your life in this endeavour. Are you certain you wish to join us? I am no stranger to the battlefield, Sir Aymeric. My arm will not falter. My shield will not break. Alone as my witness, we will bring these fanatics to justice. Well said, my lord. Friends, follow me. Would seem our presence yet goes unnoticed. Come, we must secure the entrance. Remember, saving the hostages take precedence over all else. Well, hi! How's it going? You fuck off. Get drilled, idiot. You must hurry! The others were taken somewhere else by Sir Simeonard. Sir Simeonard? This is indeed the work of the Archbishop's former servants. On your guard. They've sounded the alarm. I'll hold the entrance and look after this one. Now go! I don't know if this has any effect on you, but come on. You're the hostage. Leave the others to us.
Down with
you! No, you don't. They took the others somewhere. It all happened so fast. There they are. Let none escape. To the choir.
You underestimated me.
I'm glad that I don't have to fuck with the knights there. At least. Sir Simeonard, lay down your arms and release the hostages. You will be shown mercy. I give you my word. Huh. The word of a heretic and a kinslayer. I would sooner trust a dragon. Activate the knights. We shall show the hostages the same mercy he showed the archbishop. Unlike you, Sir Aymeric, I am a man of honor. By my hand you shall receive of the Fury's judgment. So it is to be a trial then, Lord Artorial. After. Leave us. Save the hostages. I'll deal with Sir Simeonard. Okie dokie. Come on, we need to murder some people. Where are they? Probably where people are fighting. Oh, no, over here. I see no others nearby. Come! Sir Aymeric needs our help. You get fucked.
This knight does not yield.
taken that guy out yet? No? Okay. How about now? And boom. Oh, we're not done? Okay. Oh, there's still one more hostage. Yeah. Melee. You must hurry. The priest took Melee upstairs when he saw you kill his men. Have no fear, child. We will save your friend.
Where is he? Where is he?
Not here. Getting real Hunchback of Notre Dame vibes here.
Come no closer!
How is this you showing that you are righteous? What's the thought process there?
You have nowhere to run. Release the girl and surrender.
Surrender to whom? The blasphemer who throws wide the gates to our enemy? Who breaks bread with him and calls him brother? Ungodly swine! I would sooner die than surrender to you.
Is it godly to spill the blood of an innocent child? To burn the homes of your brothers? Tell me, priest, is that godly?
Do not speak to me of godliness, heathen! Your father's blood is on your hands, as is hers!
Vidofnir, or even Midgardsormr. This would be a really good time for a dragon. Dola? Vidofnir!
What? But I...
Look at you, one of the first people to ride a dragon in 1,000 years.
Vidofnir!
Well met, knight. Mayhap I chose an inopportune moment?
Not at all. Pray forgive us this most unworthy reception. We are honored to have you with us, and right glad of your aid.
Fortune delivered the child unto me. I had but to receive her.
Thank you for saving me.
Thou art welcome, child.
never did I think to be indebted to so unexpected a savior. But full glad am I to be so.
Friend of Izel, warrior of warriors, I had hoped to meet with thee. I bear a message from my sire.
From Gracefelder?
Upon returning to our lands, Nidhogg's shade did sing unto his brood, and they for skies unknown did then take wing. This thou must know, for your fates are inextricably bound.
What of Estinian? Is he truly lost to us?
Such matters are beyond my ken. I but bear my father's words. Take from them what thou wilt. Fare you well, mortals.
So it is as they say then. A great white dragon swooped down from the heavens to rescue an innocent child.
A most unexpected turn of events, but not an unwelcome one. The people will not soon forget this day.
Yet how will they choose to remember it, Sir Emmerich? And will these events serve to bring man and dragon closer together, or drive a deeper wedge between brothers? After 1,000 years, the world these men once knew is changing, and with ungentle swiftness to boot. Though their actions are misguided, their sentiments are only to be expected. You may be sure that others will rally to their cause. I share your desire for lasting peace with the Dravanians, I do. But I would not see it built on the bones of our countrymen, nor on our own. I see much of Horsefar in you, and I could not bear to mourn the passing of another son.
Lord Edmund.
This has been a day full of surprises, has it not? It's but a pity Vidofnia could not stay longer. Yes, I think it fair to say that she timed her departure rather less well than her arrival. Well timed scarcely does it justice, but one moment later would have been a moment too late. Let us pray that the Ishgardians who yet harboured doubts will take these events to heart and accept the truth of Sir Aymric's words. Well, it is only meet that I inform Tataru of what has occurred here. If you have need of me, I shall be at Fort Tom Manor. Allow me to accompany you. Tataru would never forgive me if I left for the Rising Stones without saying goodbye. A moment after, I wish a word. Tell me, does Thancred seem quite well to you? I'm not sure how to put it into words, but He doesn't sound the same. So you sense it too. A subtle change, imperceptible to most. I myself did not notice it at first, but upon closer examination, I saw that his etheric flow has been irreparably disrupted. As a result, I strongly suspect that his ability to manipulate ether has been compromised. Simply put, Thancred may no longer be able to wield magics. It would do much to explain why he chose to remain within the wilderness instead of seeking us out. He would have been compelled to rely solely on traditional methods of travel, significantly prolonging his journey. And when he learned that a nearby beast tribe was making preparations to summon a primal, it may well have seemed more sensible to wait. This is still little more than speculation. Until I have proof, pray, speak no word of it. Right then, I should be on my way. Kral may have charmed Master Matoya for now. Who can say how long it will last? Welcome, Mr. Spun. Should I show you inside the manor?
That Vidofnir should chance to arrive even as the girl fell. Truly, I could not have planned it better myself.
Ah, good. We were afraid you might have left.
A shield, my lord?
Fit for a true knight. An expression of our gratitude to you and yours. Long overdue. But there is something else I would discuss ere you part. Something which cannot leave this room. My father will soon step down as head of our house. Sir Emmerich was not the only one to fall under suspicion following the death of the Archbishop. There are some who believe my father complicit in a coup d'etat. Thus he intends to renounce his title to absolve our house of suspicion and secure the support of our peers.
Surely there must be another way to convince houses Durandare and Zemail.
So I said to him. Alas, he will not budge. Ever since I was a child, I knew that I would one day succeed my father. The thought of it filled me with pride. Yet once I learned the day was at hand, my heart was filled with naught but dread. Our legacy is built upon the lies of our forefathers. In accepting this title, am I not perpetuating this injustice? Why should I become the next count?
Knight lives to serve.
You sound just like him. Aye, I suspect that is what Hoshefon would have said. To aid those in need. When you look on that shield, I trust you will remember his words. And should I once more find my resolve wavering, I ask that you show me the way. You are a sister to Hoshefon. Will you be a sister to me as well? Come, Manalaine. There's much to be done. For Father, and for Sir Emmerich, and for Ishgard. To think we share the same blood. Pray excuse us.
Those were the days of promises and vows, of tentative first steps into an uncertain future. A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never have foreseen. Born of good and evil, of light and darkness, and shepherded by our hand. Be it for weal, or be it for woe.
So that's the end of the first patch, which was called As Goes Light, So Goes Darkness. The funny thing is, that puts us about a fifth of the way through all of the post-Heavensward quests. This is thy proof. The Gerun Oracles. Apocrypha. This is a truth long forgotten, a tale of the beginning and of the path we have been set upon. Our fates were ordained long ago, Archon. The Garleans are no exception, nor the Triad. You know what must be done. Little Alamigo? Well, everyone has their orders. The masks will attack as soon as all units are in position. The Imperials won't know what hit them. I fear it will be bloody. By Ralgar, it better be. Cannot stay here forever, Ida. We have other responsibilities. I know full well what my responsibilities are, and I mean to fulfill them. Everyone! It may not be little Alamigo that they're in. I see. So, with that, we should now be able to accept the quests for the Warring Triad. Yes, yes we can. When the bow wakes, or the bow wakes. The time has come, Warrior of Light. We must move against the Warring Triad now, or suffer the consequences. The seal is cracked and the icons stir. should they be allowed to awaken and resume their titanic conflict, will be alike to the coming of a second calamity. You, after, represent our best hope of eliminating this threat. That said, the very act of entering the containment facility itself presents certain unique challenges. So unique, in fact, that I struggle to locate an individual with the requisite talents to surmount them. Were it not for the impressively diverse connections of your fellow scions, I might still be searching. Happily, however, they were able to furnish me with a suitable candidate. Now, along with you and your echo-blessed companions, all the pieces we need to proceed with this deadly game are arranged upon the board. Victory hinges upon no less than the total destruction of the warring triad. But we must also wear the interference of those who covet the Allagan's primal harnessing technology. I speak, of course, of the blindly grasping hand of the Garlean Empire and its fumbling agents. The ignorant meddling of the Empire will serve only to hasten the Icon's awakening, and it is my master's desire that the Triad be dispatched before Imperial forces delve too deeply. Being the nearest to wakefulness, the Icon Sephiroth shall be your first adversary. Make your preparations, and join me on the flagship in Azizlar. We shall speak further there. Cool. So yeah, I'm gonna head to Azizlar. But we have kind of a lot of trials to do first. So we need to do all of these with Sindri equipped. Which, to be fair, isn't that big of a deal. So I need to do Bowl of Embers hard, and then basically everything after that. The hards should not take long, because they're easier than the extremes. All the things, pretty much. Pretty much all of the things. Because I have to have Sindri equipped, this damage is a little lackluster. But I suppose that's to be expected. There we go. Less than a minute that took. Here's hoping that the Howling Eye takes about as long. Oh, this shouldn't take as long at all. Die? Not quite. Slightly off. Still took less than a minute though. onto the naval and Titan. There is a reason why we're doing these now. And it isn't just to enjoy the music. Off it goes again. Hey, that's just misery. 15% on that. Not awesome, but not terrible. Right for the heart. Afterbun Destroyer of Hearts. That should be my new title. That's what we can call myself when I'm playing Kingdom Hearts. Now I am Afterbun, murderer of Moogles. I don't give a shit. You're dead. You're dead. I just enjoy the music because I am a Nightmare Before Christmas fan. So next will be Whirl Eater because it is literally working its way through all of the hards. I think I also have to do Odin, who technically isn't considered hard, but it is the highest difficulty level prior to extreme. I don't know if it actually does damage the double the damage over time, but I like to put a DOT on both the tail and the head, because why the fuck wouldn't I? Barriers don't break in this one, so it's really not much of a threat. Oh! I was 1% off killing it with Afflatus Misery. Oh well. Striking Tree! Come on, Grandpa. That's right. Strike me with lightning. Come on. Yeah. This music reminds me of Final Fantasy XIII and 13 too. It just seems to carry some of those vibes, like especially 13-2 when you're on when you're visiting Odaiba. I want to say it was. That was the name. Vanille and Fang's home village that had Bhakti the robot in it. Just keep smacking, keep smacking. Oh, she's immune now. Well, that's inconsiderate. Freeze me, I dare you. Didn't even break my shield. Get fucked. This is what a lot of... Okay, so I don't have to do Odin. This is what a lot of like my grinding and farming shit off stream looks like. It's just jumping from one duty to the next.
Dance to the song of ringing steel.
I like Dravania though. I really like the music for Dravania. I suppose I should get a little bit far away because that's just an AoE around there. There we go. Move a little bit over this way.
Feel my blades.
Okay, now he's doing slaughter, so I want to go directly behind him, look for where the break in the circle underneath him is, because that's what actually shows what's considered behind them for positionals.
I am invincible.
And it's where there isn't a line. That's what's considered to be their blind spot.
Wilt thou yield?
Oh. You hit me.
Prepare thyself.
Uppies.
Rejoice in the glory of combat.
Oh shit, he's a viper. They had the idea already. Oh shit. I wasn't paying attention, clearly. The only way that he could have killed me. Oh, god damn it.
Furious as a blaze.
Don't get confused between Prelude and Slaughter. Prelude, just get away from him. Slaughter, get...
Feel my blades. Wilt thou yield? Prepare thyself. Rejoice in the glory of combat.
This time we stand over here, so he can't do that to us again. Congratulations, that's the one that's taken the longest so far. But don't worry. Bismarck's coming up. Bismarck's gonna take at least 6 minutes. I didn't realize it was already half midnight. Oh, whoops. That did not do as much damage as I was hoping. Whoops. I did it too early because you're slow. Not that it really matters. Don't fucking do this to me again. I feel like I really didn't get the damage that I should have done from my Afflictus Misery. If I can take out one, the other one's easy. But I think they're just about to disappear, and I'm gonna fail it. Maybe not. Maybe there isn't. Never mind. I was gonna say, maybe there isn't a hard timer on this. No, there is. Die! Okay, this time, let's activate this at the right time. I nearly forgot what the mechanic was. Okay, that's a better start. That's a much, much better start. But I think that if the DOT, if it's applied before the vuln down, the damage doesn't ineffectively last. So that's a really much better start. I really did just get screwed over in the last 90 seconds. Yeah, come on. Come on. Okay. Right, and now we have reached the stage where I have to have unlocked the Warring Triads. Because all of those Containment Bay quests that are over there in my duty list, yeah, those are these ones. And you know, I have no idea what these trials might look like. There's absolutely nothing that might give away what the Warring Triad and their appearance would be. This is the place, Warrior of Light. Here we will find the containment facility, wherein entities of incalculable power lie chained, their fathomless energies siphoned away by elegant devices. As I warned you, Sephiroth poses the most immediate threat. His dreaming mind drifts perilously close to consciousness. Thus must his destruction be our first concern. Your fellow Scions will be joining us anon, accompanied by the uniquely talented individual of whom I spoke. From what I gather, the two of you are already acquainted. Let us continue inside and wait before the doors to the containment facility. Hey, Urianger. And Cry. Not been waiting long, I trust. We're eager to lend whatever cooperation we may to your mission after. It is an honor to meet you at last. As I know of only one Makote Scion, you must be Archon Y'shtola, meaning your diminutive companion is Mistress Kryle of the students of Baldesion, correct? Diminutive? Perhaps there has been some mistake. I assumed it was for my knowledge and not my stature that you required my assistance. Mistake is mine. My apologies if I have given offense. Mayhap it would be best if we proceeded directly to the matter of our objectives. Your adversary is the Archon Sephiroth of the Warring Triad, otherwise known by the historians of Alag as the Fiend. He was once the patron deity to a tribe of tree-like beings native to Mericidia, but was subdued by the Alagan Empire after a lengthy war of attrition. After his defeat, he was imprisoned for use as a source of power. Even now, Sephiroth is neither truly living nor dead, his mind bound in a dream while his body's energies are harnessed by Alagan technologies. The explanation for his failure to dissipate into ether lies in his restraints. These ingenious devices serve not only to bind him, but to continuously regenerate his corporeal form. Meaning it will be all but impossible to banish him while said restraints are in place, yes? Remove them, however, and we risk allowing an unfathomably powerful and doubtless vengeful Archon to run rampant. It seems we have no choice but to divide our forces. One team must locate the controls to Sephiroth's shackles and disable them, while the other stands ready to destroy him at the moment of his reawakening. Words. A most succinct assessment, Mistress Kryle. While I was aware that the Echo provided you with uncanny insight, I did not expect you to intuit the core of my strategy quite so swiftly. Huh, if only my gift offered such detailed analysis. Which is to say, it doesn't. I merely took it upon myself to learn as much about the Triad's imprisonment as I could before coming here. It'll be After and I, after all, who enter the Archon's Den. The Icon's Den. Indeed. Given the nature of our adversary, none save those under the aegis of the Echo should be permitted to enter the containment facility. The risk of primal influence is too great. Well, that's that settled then. I'll disable the restraints, and After and her gifted adventurer friends will welcome Sephiroth back into the waking world. Better that than the other way round, I'd say, considering our respective fields of expertise, and, of course, my diminutive stature. Right, it's time I had a little chat with the doorkeeper over there. Activating verification systems. Lifting access restriction to Triad control. I had no idea the Baldessian curriculum was so comprehensive. When we locate the controls for Sephiroth's restraints, I shall gladly leave their operation to you. When we locate the controls, mayhap my words were unclear. Only those blessed with the Echo may safely enter the facility. Your concern for my sanity is touching, but unnecessary. Suffice it to say, I am in no danger of falling under the Icon's sway. Warning! Verification systems detect multiple unauthorized vessels entering restricted airspace. Security systems engaging intruders. The Garleans. Come, Urianger. We must keep the Imperials occupied. We too should be on our way. Gods, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't slightly terrified, but I can't very well leave every deadly task to you scions. According to the history, Sephiroth was immense in both size and strength, mighty enough to rout even the implacable armies of the Alligans, and that more than once. To cut a long story short, we have to get this right. I should do my best not to wake the Icon up too much. As my grandfather always used to say of certain little monsters, get them up and get them moving while their brains are still abed. Cool. So yeah, this is Sephiroth, not Sephiroth. But he's gonna die like a bitch all the same. Sephiroth. He kind of
Disabling
looks
Sephiroth's restraints now. Good luck.
like the Balrog from Fantasia. And suddenly it's Asura. Hiya. I've done the extreme of this several times to try and get the amount. But I must admit, I don't remember the path. Or there is no hard mode on this. This is just the normal. I was lucky. There's an actual lit war in this arena. How kind. Hello. Yeah, we've got an ad phase now. Come on. Go down. Be a good boy. He fell off and now he's dead. Don't forget that this was the icon for a race of sentient trees. He grew big. And now there's no lip, so I think I could die. So I need to be careful to stay where I'm going to get knocked back the right way. Oh, I think I need the Storm of Words. Maybe. I think there's a mechanic around this. Yes. I may not have remembered what it was, but I remembered that there was a reason for it. That is a very punishing attack, or can be a very punishing attack in Extreme. So the longer this fight goes on, the more Nuln stats I'll have. But I don't think that's going to be an issue because... Night Night. Here's a good background music that kind of sounds like it could have been done by Rammstein. Has that kind of vibe to it. You did it! I've seen you in action before, but never against anything that big. My legs kept telling me to run, but I just couldn't tear myself away. I don't think I blinked once during the whole battle. A hero, tried and true. If only I had possessed such strength. Y'shtola? This is Kryle. Icon eliminated. Oh, if only you could have seen it. After gave Sephiroth the mother of all rude awakenings. And your distraction was perfect. We encountered not a single Imperial soldier. Hmm? Yes, understood. Let's swap tails at the Rising Stones then. On our path to the control chamber, we discovered a number of dormant thralls. It would seem the machines that served their forms also hold them in a state of torpor. We need not fear them summoning their deity anew. In short, our work here is done. For the present, at least. Let's go home, shall we? Legatus. Oh no. Regulus. Legatus is... I think I'm getting confused with Fallout New Vegas somehow. Your senses are sharp, young one. I am Regular Van Hydrus. No, he's the Legatus of the 6th Legion. Right, I was still right. And it would seem that that damnable woman and her accomplice have led me a merry dance through the thickest of this infernal island's defences. To think that I pursued them. I shall withdraw for now. My lesson learned. I doubt it. You Garleans never learn. You covet the means to enslave primals, but in your headlong dash to control that which you do not understand, you show less wisdom than the very beast tribes that summon them. I have no interest with crossing blades with children. Live, grow strong, and mayhap one day you will warrant my attention. Looked back and you weren't there. Did something happen? Naught of consequence. I mistook a shadow for a man. Just what are you hiding beneath that mask of yours? A longing for hope? An appetite for power? A lingering sense of regret? And do I detect a desire to test your strength against a certain hero? Is that what your gifts tell you? No, these were just wild guesses. I wonder if some few of my words didn't strike close to the mark. Or mayhap more than a few. Be at ease, Unukalhai. I have no supernatural ability to read minds. The echo simply allows me to comprehend, regardless of language, that which a fellow being would have me know. You need not mask your heart as you do your countenance. That was a performance then. A ruse to uncover my true nature. You see, I shall have to keep my wits about me. Okay. Now, I just have to do that 3 more times. No, 2 more times. For the 2 other members of the Warring Triads. Sophia and Zervan. Can you guess what the names of the Materia data center worlds were taken from? So, Warrior of Light, How did it feel to strike down so great a foe? You must tell me more of the experience once our meeting with your colleagues is concluded. Through thine all-surpassing skill at arms do we now take our first step in ridding this star of the warring triad's baleful presence, and in such wise do we lessen the burden bequeathed unto us by the vainglory of Allag. Know, however, that the two icons which remain are thought equal in might to Sephiroth, and may yet succeed him. Ere thou proceed, I would counsel thee to marshal thy strength, and give careful thought to thy preparation. Assuming the Garleans afford us the luxury of time, even now they grasp for the means to dominate primals, blind to the technology's potential for calamity. My master taught me that the entity known as Sephiroth was this world's first sacred tree, elevated to godhood by the belief of its worshippers. There is no power more fearsome than that born of unconditional faith and unbending ideal. 'Tis plain your master found in you a willing student. Tell me, was it he who taught you of Allagan's technology's potential for calamity, or are those your own words? 'Twas but a figure of speech, nothing more. When last we met, I thought I caught a glimpse of the boy behind the mask, but it would seem your defences are firmly back in place. Must you persist with this infuriating veil of secrecy? I, for one, would very much like to know who this master of yours is, amongst other things. As long as our purposes align, what matter my affiliation? Matters a great deal. I do not ask out of idle curiosity. If we are to fight as comrades, we need to be able to trust each other. On which note, I should apologize for my earlier trickery. It was merely an attempt to get to the heart of an enigmatic companion. Truth be told, I was rather glad you reacted as you did. No person of your age has any business being calm and aloof all of the time, much as you might wish to be. Anyway, we'd best be off. Do send word if there are any further developments. Companion now, am I? So that's for the extreme. This is for the next one. I am troubled, warrior of light. The 6th Legion will not soon surrender its pursuit of Allagan technology. While it is true that the 6th suffered heavy losses in attempting to breach Azizlar's defences, the Legion is still very much a force to be reckoned with. Left to his own devices, it will not be long before the Legatus moves to... Pray, excuse the interruption, but a call to this link pearl can only come from one of your fellow scions. Archon Y'shtola! What news? And you're quite certain they've broken through? Yes, of course. We shall leave immediately. It would seem the thing I feared most has come to pass. The Garleans have succeeded in dispelling the barrier Urianger placed upon the entrance to this research facility. We must intercept and destroy them before they acquire the means to control primal entities. Archon Y'shtola requests that we assemble at the scene of the intrusion. Pray, depart at once. I will join you when I have informed the other scions of this development. Neff is ordering McDonald's for herself and her little sister, who she's visiting at the moment. But I ordered from somewhere else, a local place that we quite like, and she's literally gone. She went, "We're currently ordering McDonald's," and I just went, "Are you now?" And she went, "Don't you judge me, you the place that I ordered from, eating little bitch. Domino's ordering, Rich McGee over here." And then what I was saying is, when you finish streaming, if you are Schleeby, you don't need to wait up for me. I love you very much, even if you are a Rich McGee over here. I mean, I can't really argue it that much when I've just spent £1,000 on computer components, but still. I hope you enjoy your McDonald's like the true peasant you are. There we go, that'll go well. I'm in danger. I see we are the first to arrive. No matter, your colleagues should be here anon. They were wise indeed to keep this area under surveillance. Had the Garleans slipped by unnoticed, you dare not think of the consequences. Archon Y'shtola set forth for Azizlar when it became apparent that the Legatus was attempting to breach the barrier, and arrived to find that he had succeeded. We must hope that he is not yet to find his prize. She'll respect my honesty. Yeah, that's what it'll be. Respect. Well met, Unu-Kalhai, and thank you for answering my summons so swiftly. We shall all be glad of your presence should we meet with the 6th Legion. That seems all but certain. As you may be aware, this facility houses some of Alag's most advanced technology. Accordingly, Urianger sought to deny the Empire easy ingress by weaving a ward of singular potency. Not singular enough, it would seem. I'd be surprised if the Legatus had not reached the core laboratories already. It is passing strange. I wove the ward in accordance with the most closely guarded teachings of the Archmages of Sharlayan. Naught was left to chance. Naught. It is well known that the children of Garlemald have no talent for arcane manipulation, nor hath the Empire more than a cursory knowledge of sorcery. That they should succeed in unravelling so complex a skein of magecraft, and with such surpassing swiftness is passing strange. That it is, Urianger, but 'tis a mystery for another day. Archon Y'shtola has the right of it. Before all else, we must move to safeguard the knowledge which enabled the Alagans to harness primal energies. Of particular concern is the Genesis expression, an aetherochemical formula that allowed the scholars of yore to create substance from nothing. I know of no such formula. Whence came you by this information? From your enigmatic master, perhaps? He did furnish me with that morsel, yes, and knowing exactly which prize the Legatus now seeks enables us to predict his position. Do you not see? We've been gifted the perfect opportunity to remove the head of an entire legion. Didn't think you quite so bloodthirsty, Unu-Kalhai. Surely safeguarding secrets should take precedence over slaying Legatuses? Kral's sentiments reflect my own, yet the two objectives need not be mutually exclusive. What say you, Urianger? Urianger? Forgive me. My thoughts were bound up in idle imaginings. In answer to thy question, milady, I am content to be led by thee in this matter. Right. I've enabled the facility's teleporters. Shall we? You dwell on the matter of the barrier. I do. Verily, 'twas a warding spell of labyrinthine intricacy, the brainchild of the heads of the student of Baldessian himself. Even the most learned Archon would require some several moons to disentangle such an enchantment. To do so in mere bells would require some preternatural power akin to the very echo itself. So, she did not respect my honesty. She has said, this is disgusting, I redact all love because you called me a peasant. So now I shall send her a GIF saying, stop talking, peasant. And, if you don't hear from me tomorrow, just know I regret many things. Okay, so we have some. Oh, that was easy. Oh, to be fair, this is a good weapon for level 60 combat. So I'm actually doing quite a decent amount of damage. Okay, I just have to keep going.
In the name of the Emperor!
Fuck off. The claw. Okay. I guess I'm not supposed to go that way, or I am. Oh, there's more enemies. I didn't realize because they weren't trying to kill me. There we go. I dodged that, apparently. Quickly inside the barrier. What if I just killed him? I suppose he was impossible to kill before he detonated. After the Legatus. still they come. Press on after. I will handle this. I have exposed the bones of their work. Now to extract the marrow. Even in the moment of my triumph, you persist in your misguided crusade. So be it. I shall present my prize to the Emperor alongside your head. I must admit, I like the idea of a two-handed gunblade. Would be cool until reload time. But that's the thing with it being two-handed. Like what he's got is he's got a drum that he can change. Oh shit, I'm getting dead. I was not paying attention. Whoops. Like that's ever happened before. I always pay attention. Oh, you were imagining dual wielding.
Can you withstand this? There is nowhere to run!
What the fuck? All of a sudden he's summoned Gyako or whatever the fuck.
Enough!
I had killed your servant. It just wouldn't let me have killed it. So, I think I'm a bit better than you, my guy. Oh, and this isn't voiced. Okay. After! To be fair, I don't know why it would be voiced. It's just obviously I've been hearing his voice. Chromolith is unbreached then. Cryle! My wounds will not slow my blade should you seek to bar my path. And you would slay me, no doubt, but it would be your final act. What madness afflicts you Eorzean fools? The Emperor but desires a means to shackle the Icons and their destructive appetites. Why do you rail against your own salvation? It is not for man to wield such power. The primal energy your Emperor seeks to contain would be as kindling waiting for a spark. Forget not the white raven, Legatus. Like thee, he presumed to wield the power of Allag, and invited the calamity in so doing. This star's fate is too important to be decided by any one man, a warmongering savage least of all. Have care, boy. You speak of my emperor. But dying here in defense of his honor will not further his cause. Well, I appear not to be dead. Cryle. I may have cracked a rib or two. I'll be fine, honestly. Our foes gave no quarter. Had Unakulhai stinted in his defence of thee, thou mayst be certain thy hurts would be thou mayst be certain thy hurts would be far worse. I could do no less. Mistress Kryle is here at my behest, after all. The secrets of Allag are safe for the present, though 'tis doubtful the Legatus will return to Garlemald till the prize he coveteth lieth in his grasp. Then we must redouble our efforts to protect this place. Kryle and I will place additional seals upon the Tumolith. Tomalith. Unakulhai? I appreciate you staying at my side. Thank you. Was naught. Oh, please. It was a good deal more than that, and you know it. Now let me help you. When a woman thanks you for saving her life, the customary response is "You're welcome." You're welcome. Neff is having a meltdown. Because McDonald's has stopped doing sour cream and chive sauce, apparently. Which is her favourite sauce. It's her safe food sauce. I'm in danger. I'm also a sleepy guy. Ah, Urianger, are the new wards already in place? My colleagues yet toil upon their enchantments. I come unto thee in secret, that I might question thee outside their hearing. Question me? I would speak with the one who undid my subtlest magecraft, he who invited an Imperial Legatus into this facility, in hopes of engineering the man's demise at the hands of the Warrior of Light. You accuse me of masterminding this day's events? The plan may have been thy master's, but the deed was thine. Thou didst lure the Legatus of the 6th Legion into a trap from which he was not intended to emerge. It is plain to me now that thy seemingly Thy seeming opportunism in proposing his elimination was feigned, and that his death was the object of thy plan from the first. And you have proof of this? Thine own words betrayed thee. Thou didst speak of the Empire's desire to claim the Genesis expression, the existence of which even the learned Mistress Kryl was ignorant. Whence then did the Legatus come by such definitive knowledge? And then there is the matter of mine unravelled ward. None save one possessing of an otherworldly gift could have so swiftly effected its dissolution. Know thee of another blessed with such? Assuming these accusations have merit, what then? Full many times and oft doth the pursuit of truth lead men down darkened paths. I take no issue with thy purpose. 'Tis but thy method I would call into question. In the Garlean Empire we have a common foe. Hadst thou deigned to share thine intentions with After or Mistress Kryl, 'tis like that we would have closed the trap with less risk to life and more success. I sought to use the most dangerous secrets of Allag as bait. Who among you would agree to such a reckless plan? None, and with good cause. Irrespective, thou wert remiss in thy duty to thy comrades. I note with some disappointment that in matters concerning the primals and those who would control them, the cold rationality upon which thou so pridest thyself is conspicuously by its absence. Know that the salvation of this star is an end too vast for any one of us to accomplish alone. Should thou fail to trust in thy comrades, I foresee thy actions precipitating some terrible misfortune. Indeed. My sincerest apologies, After. Urianger is correct in his suspicions. It was I who orchestrated this encounter with the Empire. I would ask that thou forgiveth Unukalhai his transgression, and keep mention of it from Mistress Kryl. It would be a pity for one foolish decision to wither their budding camaraderie ere it had a chance to bloom. There you are, you rotten idler! When Y'shtola realized we were struggling with the wards alone, she was absolutely livid! Ah, never mind the warring triad. I have awoken Archon Y'shtola's tempestuous wrath. In supplicant mood shall I return at once, and there atone for mine indolence. Come, After. It is time we return to the Rising Stones. Story-wise, this is a bit of an interesting little side quest. It's a little bit annoying that that's preventing me from getting the remaining trials unlocked. Because it's half one. I'm a sleepy guy. The good news is there aren't any other separate quests like that that don't have a trial. So there's only 2 more left. Until we get into the extremes. Once again, I must apologize for acting without your consent or counsel. As a gesture of repentance and a sign of good faith, allow me to share something of myself with you. As Urianger suggested, I possess the gift of the Echo, though it is of a nature different from yours. Regardless, I would use my gift for the selfsame purpose, the salvation of this star, and nothing poses a greater threat to the world than the proliferation of primal harnessing technology. This I know only too well. What I am about to divulge concerns the fate of another star entirely. On this other world, a magic was devised that allowed the realm's champions to use a stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. So armed, these heroic souls conquered god after god, oblivious to their weapons' fatal imperfection, its propensity to bleed primal energies. And with each victory, the heroes changed, transforming at last into fiends of endless appetite, insatiable in their hunger for ether. They ultimately went to war over the star's ever-dwindling life force, and fought until there was nothing left. Thus, as Urianger so astutely observed, when I am faced with those who rush to embrace power unchecked, I lose all semblance of rationality. Know that my master, too, cares deeply about the fate of this star. I am his servant, his instrument, sent here to ensure that the same tragedy does not consume another world. Warrior of Light, if this world is to survive, we must needs move forward with our plan. Another pillar of the warring triad must be toppled. The question of which has already been answered. Following our encounter with the Legatus, Archon Y'shtola detected erratic etheric waveforms emanating from the sector containing the icon Sophia, known simply as the Goddess in former times. Such readings can mean only one thing. She is close to awakening. Let us return to Azisla forthwith and put an end to this deity, lest she rise again in all her terrible glory. Oakley dokley. So Sophia is a bit of an interesting one because she's considered a goddess, which I don't know her lore, but I think implies that she was worshipped by humans as opposed to a beast tribe. I wish there was a teleporter directly to the flagship. Or that the different teleporters we activated as part of the story acted as a kind of Ethernet or in this zone. That'd work too. But why? This is so fast. Yeah, with flight, it's not too bad. So yeah, as you can guess, this was Sephiroth. I wonder which one is Sophia. Surely it's not the one with a woman on it and a giant woman's head. Which would then leave the last one, which I happen to know is called Zervan, who would be that one. It's mainly just for the fact that you end up like hopping between Mordona and here for doing this quest. And it's just a little bit annoying having to fly back here each time. We appear to be the first to arrive. Shall we await our colleagues here? Could that be the 6th Legion have returned? After Unukalhai. We're under attack. Y'shtola and Urianger have engaged the foe not far from here. Rarely is my shield thus tested. 'Twould seem the Allegans have not been lax in their recruitment. Think you so? Mayhap your arm merely withered whilst you laid idle. Still your tongues. We have stalled them long enough. Gotta love the fact that they're wearing the armor sets from the Crystal Tower Alliance raid. So he's wearing Phlegethion's armor set, she was wearing Cilia's, and the other one was wearing Gladys's. With scales in hand, the goddess shall arise, and righteously cast off her cursed pale, that she, with wrathful Worm King at her side, might judge and thence bring balance unto all. Hear my words and despair, Allegans. Our goddess is awoken. Your civilization has birthed the instruments of its own undoing. 'Tis well that you're here, After. I should like to know what our assailants were saying. You understood their words, did you not? 'Twas a Mericidian dialect, if mine ears do not deceive, though one which beareth scant resemblance to any spoken in recent times. As for our antagonist's meaning, I do gladly defer to those blessed with the echo. The one with the shield seemed to think we were Allegans. He recited what sounded like a verse of prophecy, then claimed that their goddess is awoken. Is that about right, After? And might we assume that this deity of theirs is the very icon we've come to topple? Aye, from their tongue, their words, and their attire, 'tis like that our antagonists were Mericidian, thralls to the goddess Sophia and victims of the Allegans' incursions. If, as Kral claimeth, they thought us agents of Allag, 'tis little wonder that they sought to bring us low. You suggest that Sophia's servants have been liberated from their containment? Then we have no choice but to accept word of her awakening as truth. Gods help us. The Warring Triad have proven formidable enough when we've roused them with a fraction of their true strength. Should Sophia break free at the peak of her powers, After and her friends won't stand a chance. Let us be about it then. After, Krile, Unukalhai, the three of you will make directly for Sophia's containment facility. Urianger and I will do what we can to occupy the Icon's thralls. Mistress Kral, do you perchance recall the words of the prophecy in its entirety? Let me see. I believe it was, with scales in hand the goddess shall arise, and righteously cast off her cursed pale, that she, with wrathful Worm King at her side, might judge and thence bring balance unto all? The Worm King would be Bahamut, who was also deemed a deity by the Mericidians. Alright. In we go. Sophia. This one is a little bit more annoying. Because it is quite... it's a bit like Leviathan, where it can be quite easy.
I leave the goddess in your capable hands. Just watch out for her worshippers.
You can be knocked off the platform quite easily. Hey. Give me her appearance as a glam set. Go on. And that as a mount. Go on. Do it. You won't. That would just immediately overtake the 2B leggings.
The unenlightened come.
Oh no, I have a bone staff. What elbow will I do?
Daughter, be the bearer of my wisdom.
Yeah, so they can separate.
Know you the full weight of death.
So, yeah, we have a zombification, which will kill me after, like, 2 minutes. Unless I kill all of the demiurges first. Luckily, isn't that difficult.
Come forth, scales of revelation. I would know the weight of your souls.
Yeah, now welcome to the main mechanic. We are on a giant set of scales. And she's just destroyed the barriers.
Can you
so we can now
equilibrium?
Be knocked off to our death. So you have to pay attention to which scale is getting used next to know which direction to move to not get knocked off. So it's pretty similar to Leviathan and his mechanic.
Sin must be balanced with suffering.
Well, that's not good for me. There wasn't much I could have done about that one, to be honest.
Daughter, be the bearer of my wisdom.
Alright, we're down to less than a fifth of health. Okay. Which one's first? That one. No. That's not quite how scales work. I should have remembered scales, not it's doing one and then another. They're not different times. Okay, I can avoid that because of where things are this time, and this might be enough to murder you. Nearly. This'll do it though. Goodbye. It's not like it's not a bad boss. It's good mechanics and all the rest of it. She reminds me of Yuna Leska from Final Fantasy X. But that can be a fiddly try to try and do. We've only got one left, and then we can finish our Anima Relic. Just without the weakness to Holy. Yeah, given that she basically does Holy. Her extreme stuff gives off like a green light. It's the summoner glam that I use, to be fair. Not the summoner, the scholar glam that I use. I see the goddess is no more. Well done. Once Kralin and Ukalhai have rejoined us, we may safely depart. One thing yet puzzles me, however. How did Sophia's servant come to wake from their slumber? I believe we have the answer to that. We discovered the remains of a Garlean soldier in an adjacent sector of the containment facility. It is like that the fool ventured too close to Sophia during the Empire's previous incursion and was enthralled for his troubles. Another reminder, if anyone needed, as to the incalculable threat posed by these beings. The goddess would not even have been conscious when she claimed that man's will, yet his mistake granted her the means to release her servants, and would have resulted in her own liberation had we not been on hand to intervene. I do much wonder what the Icon's pawn was capable of so effectively manipulating the facility's containment systems. How came he by such rarefied knowledge? That too is easily explained. During our investigations, Kral discovered a subtle flaw in one of the mechanisms which held the goddess in check. A flaw which had plainly been added intentionally. Upon examining the facility's records of the period, we were able to piece together the story. It was a time toward the end of the Third Astral Era, when the peoples of Mericidia faced extinction at the hands of the Allagan Empire. Sophia, a being of incomparable cunning, was said to have communicated certain plans to her servants through the medium of a trusted oracle. Following the oracle's instructions, they duly conspired with a rebel faction within Allag, who, we believe, agreed to tamper with the prison intended for Sophia, and then the goddess and her thralls chanced to be captured, though we suspect that this had always been their plan. Indeed, the prison was situated at the heart of Allag, and we think they intended to attack the city from within. They would merely have had to wait for the rebels to exploit the weakness in their confines. But the conspirators' dealings with the Mericidians were exposed before they could enact their plot, and all were summarily executed. It seems that the flaw itself remained undiscovered, however, and might have remained so until the end of days had it not been for the actions of the Archbishop and subsequently the Garleans. I cannot help but wonder what might have come to pass had their scheme been successful. Mayhap the answer lies in the prophecy. Kral hath the right of it. Its words may be deciphered thus. The cursed Paul speaketh of Sophia's prison, from which she was supposed to emerge at the agreed hour. The Worm King, meanwhile, can be none other than the great Bahamut himself, then yet a prisoner, whom the goddess did intend to unleash upon Alag to set right the scales of justice. A foolhardy plan. Had it come to fruition, the two of them would surely have razed the realm, nor would have been spared the devastation, the Mericidians' homeland included. Their home already stood on the brink of oblivion. Mayhap they wished for naught else but to purge the poison of Alag with primal fire. The tale teaches us that even the greatest of man's creations may yet be brought low by a single act of treachery. The Alagans were fools to place their trust in technological bondage. To shackle such beings is but to delay the inevitable. Naught save their total destruction shall free us from their menace. Let us return now to the Rising Stones, and there consider the final step of this most needful task. The threat posed by this facility is far greater than you imagine, Urianger, and one not limited to the icons themselves. Sophia's remaining servants must be put down. Warning! Deactivating stasis chamber support systems will result in subject termination. Enter identification code to continue. Identification code accepted. Subjects terminated. Okay. So is he perhaps an Allagan that was also put in, like, stasis? Or, similar to Une and Doga, could have been a clone? Just one from Azizla as opposed to the Crystal Tower. I don't know, but it's 2 a.m. I need to finish. There's one more thing, and then we're done with the Anima Relic, and I really want to get that polished off today. Is aught amiss, Warrior of Light? Archon Y'shtola mentioned there was a matter she wished to discuss. Well met, After. You'll forgive me if I seem curt, but I would settle an account with our young friend. While conducting a final sweep of Sophia's containment facility, we discovered that all of her remaining thralls had perished in their stasis chambers. This was your doing? Aye, it was. I chose to act upon the knowledge revealed within the tombstone we recovered. The true purpose of these prisons is far more horrifying than we first assumed. The Allagans were not simply observing the icons and siphoning away their energies. They were conducting experiments in preparation for a far more ambitious project. If you'll recall, both the Fiend and the Goddess were imprisoned within massive spherical structures. These spheres were the prototypes which paved the way for the successful construction of an artificial celestial body. You speak of Dalamud. Aye. The Icon's cages are unmistakably of the same design as the Red Moon. To be plain, the research facility contained the seeds of 3 calamities, which might feasibly be visited upon a chosen target. Eliminating one of them necessitated the destruction of the goddess's slumbering thralls. Distasteful task unbefitting one such as the Warrior of Light. Thus did I resolve to perform the deed myself. You've made your case, and 'tis apparent that you were not in full possession of the facts. Nevertheless, your notion of what may or may not be expected of after is presumptuous in the extreme. When the Warrior of Light chose to join the Scion, she did so in the knowledge that she would be required to face and destroy not only the primals, but also their fanatical servants. That which you term a distasteful task is an essential part of our calling, a burden which every Scion is sworn to shoulder. I see. 'Twould seem I misjudged the depth of your resolve. No matter. Assuming I've made myself understood, we need not speak of it again. There is, however, one other subject which merits discussion. You determined that Sophia's thralls were awoken by a Garlean soldier who had somehow gained access to the containment area, did you not? If that is the case, it seems highly doubtful that the interloper wandered into such a dangerous part of the facility by chance. Dissidents within the Empire claim that the 6th Legion is rife with agents under orders to thwart the Legatus' mission by any means necessary. Lest you imagine that we have allies in Garlemald, I should clarify that their motive is wholly uncharitable. Regular Van Hydrus rose to the top of the Garlean military on merit alone, and is fiercely loyal to the Emperor for recognizing his efforts. His compeers, by contrast, rose through the favor of the established order, and would accordingly do anything to see him fail. They would be so reckless. You truly believe that the actions of these agents contributed to the recent crisis? Aye, and that they pose no less of a risk to the realm than those loyal to the Emperor. Plainly, we must needs continue to do all in our power to prevent the technologies of Alag from falling into the hands of man. On that point, at least, we have ever been in complete agreement. Greetings, Warrior of Light. But one pillar of the warring triad remains. Zervan, the icon known as the Demon. According to the histories I've uncovered, this monstrous being was worshipped by a race of Mericidian beastmen. These creatures are the key to maintaining Zervan's manifestation, and we can be sure that many such thralls will be imprisoned somewhere within the research facility. It is imperative that we determine their exact location as swiftly as possible. We dare not risk repeating the near disaster we suffered at the hands of Sophia's servants. As such, your fellow Scions have already begun an exhaustive search. There are several sectors which only you, Kryl, and I can enter without fear of enthrallment. Let us make our way to Azizlar forthwith and aid the investigations. One. Last one. Last one. So sleepy. But Zervan shouldn't be too bad, from what I remember. After, it's good we caught you. The facility has been swarmed by Imperial troops. By their standards did we judge them soldiers of the 6th. Aye, once more doth regular von Hydrus stretch forth his hand to seize the forbidden fruits of Alag. And once more have our meticulous wards been swept aside like so many cobwebs. Your meddlesome wards were destroyed from within by the pulsating energies of an icon. Nay, put up your weapons and listen. The followers of Zervan have awakened, and they toil to rouse their master. Demons worshippers yet slumbered when we confronted Sophia. Could the tampering of her thralls have been more widespread than we thought? They shared a common enemy. It is not unthinkable that they would seek to free all those Allegans had imprisoned. Yes, the cage doors are open. Whilst you stand here quibbling over who picked the locks, my soldiers are inside the facility, risking their lives and their sanity. They've volunteered to face death to prevent Zervan's servants from waking him in the fullness of his power. Now, assuming you have at last understood the gravity of the situation, it's time that I rejoined them. You cannot hope to succeed. The Icon will enslave the minds of any who draw near. Thus did I seek out those with the power to resist his influence. Aid us, and mayhap my men will not perish in vain. You propose an alliance. I have delved into the depths of this place and found its technology wanting. These mechanisms have failed to hold their prisoners. Such broken artifacts are unfit to bring before the Emperor. Twice have you bested me in combat. Will you now lend me that strength and stand against our mutual foe? 'Twas in opposing your reckless schemes that Yssal was lost to us. You expect us to simply forgive and forget all that has come before. I expect you to put aside your emotions and use your better judgment. But of course, I am dealing with savages. I'll not stand here and justify the death of the Ice Maiden. He pursued our ideals and you pursued yours. Such was the result. Mayhap you might consider another point. In these endless clashes, we have all lost comrades dear to us. Yet I choose to put aside past grievances, to beg your champion's aid, to appeal to your reason. Thou art willing to build a bridge of common purpose upon such tremulous foundations. I too am hesitant to accept this arrangement, Archon Y'shtola, but the offer has been made to the Warrior of Light. It is her involvement which shall ultimately sway its outcome. I shall abide by After's decision. Zervan must be stopped. And for better or worse, we shall fight at your side. Mistress Kryl and I are also resistant to primal influences. We shall aid you where we can. Then let us be on our way. Our companions have already passed through to the research facility. We should not lag behind. The demon stirs. Like a suckling babe, he feedeth upon the ether siphoned unto him by his thralls, who must needs deprive him of his sustenance. And we shall destroy those devices. Hold! Witness your soldiers. They have turned one against the other. Even half awake, Zervan corrupts and converts those who enter his aura. So 3 of us then. After Unukalhai, we rush in together and each disable a generator. We cannot give them the chance to rally a defense. There are 4 mechanisms by my count. If I can avoid the Icon's miasma, my blade will make short work of the last one. We, all of us, have pledged our lives to. Keep your lives. I would rather you tend to my fallen. Some may yet survive with their minds intact. Know not if my strength will be enough. I am no champion. The battlefield is no place for uncertainty, boy. Fate has blessed you with a unique talent and an occasion to use it. Do not waste such a gift. We strike! God, Zervan is... Unukalhai! Well, the Legatus is dead. He slumbers once more. You saved me. Why? I told you, boy. Yours is a gift too precious to waste. A gift the Emperor may one day have need of in this war against these untamable icons. Emperor Varus, he raised me up from the ranks, stood against my detractors. I'd gladly give my life in his service. You must finish this. Slay these leeches upon our star. Kill them all. Kill Zervan. We must needs withdraw and prepare our assault. At the cost of this very life, the Legatus hath prized open for us a window of opportunity. He's dead. I only been stronger. Enough of that. It'll be time for regrets after we've rid the world of Zervan. Kral is the right of it. The demon has fallen back into torpor for now. But we must act swiftly if Regula's death is to have meaning. The survivors speak of an army of thralls loose in the facility, and we must assume that these followers continue their efforts to awaken the icon. Let us then concentrate upon diverting them from their task. Mistress Kral and Master Unukalhai, prithee secure the controls to Zervan's shackles and limit the restoration of his might. Archon Y'shtola and I shall forge ahead, and strike down those thralls as would seek to harry you. Warrior of light, thine is as ever the most perilous duty. Gather to thee thy trusted companions and extinguish from this realm the fires of the demon himself. Oakley dokley. Containment Bay Z1T9. What am I doing awake at this hour? Good fucking question. How you doing, Patinga? We are... This is the last step before we can finish the Anima Relic.
There's been
It has
enough
taken longer
sacrifice
than I
for one
thought.
day. We must take the chance we've been given and defeat Zurban now.
I am sleepy also. But after we've done this, that's it, we're done. I mean, we do this, then we go and finish the Anima Relic, but then we're done. This has taken 6 hours. Someone wants to group watch the Lord of the Rings movie, the extended cut. I hope you're not trying to get through all of them tomorrow. Because that's... Okay, yeah, not all of them. Good. Because they're really, really good movies, but they are long if you try and watch them. Back to back.
Good and evil, the war eternal. My doubt is fled.
This is one of those arenas that if I stand on that glowy ring, I will basically die very, very quickly. So I need to be a little bit careful of that.
I shall rise above all. Bear witness to my will.
I think, does he have... No. No, I don't think he has an active section. Does have a cutscene. I don't think I need to press buttons for it. I think. Who knows? We'll find out. Yeah, okay, here's the cutscene. Do I need to press buttons?
Bow to my infallible judgment!
No, he just does it.
Suffer in endless torment!
I don't know what to do now. That may not have been it. Although there's obviously limitations to what I can do as a single person. So far, this is the fight that's taken the longest.
Suffer in endless torment!
I do have 3 Vuln stacks right now. I now have more. Benedictions for.
And my equivocation cost me this contest. Suffer in endless torment.
Zervan down. I definitely can't do the extreme for Zervan. Solo, yeah. But fair enough, I am using Sindri as a weapon at the moment, as opposed to my level 80 weapon. With my level 80 weapon, I could solo this version a lot easier. But I doubt that I could solo the extreme yet. For like mount grinding. Incredible as always, Arthur. Hopefully that'll be the last our world sees of the likes of Zervan. Every one of his thralls has been slain as far as we can determine. Our victory over the warring triad is complete. Impossible feat had we not been blessed with your cooperation. Let us not forget the efforts of Regular Van Hydrus and his men. Without their noble sacrifice, the demon would have awoken far sooner and possessed of far more formidable energies. The bodies of the fallen now accompany the survivors on their return journey to Garlemald. It is known that the Imperials recognize no god, yet they would honor the dead in their own fashion. And when next we meet, our fleeting alliance will surely be forgotten. It was an interesting exchange, nonetheless. They spoke of their present ruler as a man who values self-sufficiency. Varys befriended Regula in their youth, it seems, and was highly impressed by his martial prowess. It is common knowledge that Regula's rise to legatus was in great part advocated by the Emperor himself. Regula freely admitted his shortcomings when it came to politics, and it was Varys' unconditional support that served to win his undying fealty. One does not expect such tales of comradeship to lurk beneath the Empire's iron exterior. Contrary to all expectations, the man died a hero. Witnessing the way you all leapt into danger without hesitation, it would seem I am surrounded by heroes. And yet my own actions were aught but heroic. I have not the qualities nor the character to stand at the Warrior of Light's side. What a curious thing to say. Are you truly concerned that you do not measure up to some arbitrary requirement? If you knew of the path I walked to reach this place, then you would understand why I doubt myself so. Return with me to the Rising Stones, and I shall tell you of it. Okay, so we'll finish this quest, then we'll go to come back to Azazlar and finish off the Anima Relic, and then we're done. Because it's 2:30. This is silly bollocks bullshit. Why am I awake? Why am I still streaming? With your victory over Zervan, the warring triad is finally defeated. I'm afraid, however, that mine own efforts have often been more hindrance than help, and you and your fellow scions deserve to hear the reasons behind my actions. I promise to tell you of my journey, of who I am, of where I am from. The truth is, I am not of this world. I was born of a different star, a child whose power of the echo was too feeble to save his dying world. A child who, unlike you, never became a warrior of light. When all I knew stood on the brink of destruction, I was yet half grown. Had I been born but a handful of years earlier, history may have written a different tale. The seeds of other heroes that had yet to fully sprout may not have withered and perished. The star I failed to save is known to you now as the Void. Though After knew not that I spoke of my homeland, I have explained to her before the cause of its ruin. A magic was devised to contain a defeated primal's might within a stone known as Auracite, and the energies which bled from this imperfect vessel gradually corrupted the champions who wielded it. These heroes became slaves to an insatiable hunger for ether, eventually transforming into hideous fiends, and none who clung to the faint traces of light was strong enough to oppose them. The demons next turned upon each other in a war which drained the land's ether in even greater amounts, until one day the star was suddenly swallowed in a flood of darkness, an entire world unmade in an instant. The Voidsent you encounter here in this realm are the twisted remnants of once mortal beings who gnaw on what motes of life force remain. and as I lay dying, beaten and broken in my failed last stand, 'twas my present master who found my tormented spirit and bore me away to the rift betwixt worlds. 'Twas he who first introduced me to Urianger. At my mentor's feet did I learn of the nature of reality, of the existence of mirrored worlds and the eternal struggle between dark and light. Sudden and overwhelming superiority for either side will shatter the balance, and the world in question will be returned to the void by a calamity beyond imagining. As the self-appointed custodian of this balance, my master warned me that the source, the first of all worlds, slips perilously close to oblivion. In what spirit did this master proffer such a warning? A benevolent gesture or veiled threat? To these questions and more do I mean to coax forth answers, yet no matter his intention, that Heidelith doth teeter on the knife's edge is of an undeniable truth. Knowing this, what choice was given you to make? I chose to join my master and act as his instrument on this star. The tragedy that befell my home cannot be repeated. I will see this world saved. And yet I hesitate at the most crucial of moments. What right have I to stand alongside a true warrior of light? In thine own words thou wert called before thy time, and I offer that thou dwellest overmuch on the question of what maketh the hero. The search for the answer leaveth thee paralysed by doubt. Heed me, Master Unukalhai. Thou needest not believe thyself a hero to perform great deeds. 'Tis the deed itself which earneth thee the hero's mantle. Aye, the ideals you hold can be less important than having the faith to act upon them. Regulus's loyalty to the Emperor guided his actions until the last, and though we did not see eye to eye on many things, his final deeds can be called naught less than heroic. Personally, I find that faith in my companions allows me to act unhindered by uncertainty. I know that should I ever falter, Afters and the others will be there to support me, or steer me back onto the right path if needed. I see. In the days leading up to my world's destruction, I was entirely alone, and never knew what it was to have such comrades. I cannot imagine the loneliness you must have felt, but look around you now, Unukalhai. You're not alone anymore. Welcome to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I will fulfill my promise to save this world, and when I stumble, I shall be glad to have your hands there to steady me. My apologies, this is difficult for me. For so long have I spoken from behind a mask. We should all feel comfortable speaking without such concealments. I should hope you appreciate the irony of that statement, Urianger. Oh, thank fuck. Wrong, bad, no, bad, yes. Ah, you are returned. I can scarcely imagine what terrible trials you contrived within the recesses of your mind. I trust you've revisited all the primals? Excellent. The Anima now possessed of knowledge of the primals in all their forms, and the strong desires that spurred them into action. We need only reinforce what it has learned. For that, we must use the magics that gave birth to Mistress Matoya's amphibian familiars. Though they began as ordinary frogs, she transformed them into what we now know as Barogo by meaning of an enchantment that served to awaken knowledge previously imparted to them. She posits that by using the same spell, what the Anima has learned from living at your side, your confrontations with the primals can be ingrained into the very core of its being. The spell requires a few unorthodox ingredients, however. I can procure them all myself, save for one. A form of enchanted ink used in days of yore, whose recipe has been lost to time, or so it is generally believed. There are those, however, who insist it is still being manufactured to the present day, in secret, deep in the heart of the Sharlayan motherland. Would that I were acquainted with a merchant who trades in exotic goods, or perhaps there's another way? I've not the faintest idea of where to begin, but an adventurer as well-travelled as yourself might fare better. Do you think it possible you could procure this ink? I mean, Rowena's would be the one-stop shop for all of that shit. A single bottle will more than suffice. As for the remaining ingredients, worry not. I'll see to their procurement. Good luck. Okay, so archaic enchanted ink is indeed, yeah, we can get it from Idleshire. But it wasn't sold when I last checked it. Like, it's not here, because it's not... Oh, now it's up here. Maybe I just hadn't got access to it yet. Until I'd done that quest progression. Were you able to procure the elusive variety of enchanted ink that we require? If so, I would prepare the weapon for enchantment straight away. Excellent work. Long have I been curious to see the splendor of Mistress Matoya's wisdom firsthand. With all of the reagents now accounted for, my curiosity will at last be sated. Let us begin. Behold, the colour has changed just as Mistress Matoya said it would. Splendid, splendid. Next is the more delicate step of the process, inscribing the arcane circle needed for the spell using this magic brew. And there, I believe that should do it. I was all but certain the trembling of my hands would make a mess of the inscription. As the final step, we need but place the Anima weapon within the circle and hope the desired effect is achieved. The spell is ready, but its magics must be invoked by your hand after. In doing so, you will shape the Anima's sense of self and purpose in the world. Now, close your eyes, envision the path your Anima will take, and allow your ether to flow into the arcane circle. To freely choose its own destiny. After. Your memories of battle were quite evocative. I feel as though I truly was there at your side, supporting your every blow against the primals. I've reflected deeply on all that I have seen, about the primals and the dreams and desires that spurred them into action. Good night, Patinga. Don't worry, I'm literally finishing up as soon as we're done with this, so I'm not going to be up for much longer as well. Sleep well, dude. I realize now that even a simple wish, no matter how pure, how innocent, can at times be used to bring about calamity. All I ever wished for was the strength to protect you. But am I not unlike the primals, an ethereal being seeking ever greater strength to fulfill my desires? If that power should come to cause you harm, the mere thought of it chilled me to my core. But no longer. Now I have felt the warmth of your ether. Your earnest plea has banished my fears and filled my heart with unwavering courage. Freedom, that is what you did wish for me. Indeed, the world is vast and full of wonders. I would see them all, by your side as your companion and ally. This is the path I choose of my own free will. Oi, the Anima weapon's lit up something fierce. I reckon it's gained more than a new sense of self, if you get my meaning. Could it truly be? What are you waiting for, After? Take the Anima weapon in hand. My word, have you ever seen anything so exquisite? This, my friend, is the power of your wish made manifest. A form befitting the Anima's newfound resolve. And I dare say it deserves a name to match its resplendence. I hereby dub you Sindri Lux. So yeah, it's green instead of blue is the only difference for the white mage. It's a bit underwhelming. You've raised a fine ally in the Anima After, and thanks to Mistress Matoya's magics, you have sparked a new sense of self within the Anima through a joining of your minds. Indeed, this marks a significant milestone in my research, one that would not have been possible without your efforts. You have my sincerest thanks. With that said, this method for developing Anima is far from efficient. I very much doubt there are many adventurers with such prodigious experiences to draw upon. No, to devise a means for the greater populace to nurture Anima as robust as yours will require further research. Mark my words, from the lowly fishermen of Lenosha to the Temple Knights of Ishgard, I will not rest until anyone and everyone in our fair realm can reap the rewards of Anima. Hold your chocobos there, Ardashir. Just how many of these bloody things do you plan on making? I did say anyone and everyone, did I not? There's much work to be done, and I would be most appreciative if you could honor your end of our agreement. Of course, you're free to leave, if that is your want, though I suspect Rowena would be disappointed. You no good stinking sucker. You're lucky me selling kettles ain't as gainful as it used to be. But when all this research of yours is finally finished, I'm dragging your scrawny ass to Rowena myself, and we're gonna settle my debts right there and then. Got it? Wonderful. I knew you'd come to see things my way. I look forward to a long and fruitful partnership. Words fail to express my gratitude. Now go forth, explore, and share the realm's myriad wonders with the Anima. When next you return, I look forward to hearing your grand stories of adventure. Oh. And with that, we are done. That is the end of the that is the end of the Sindri series. So, thank you very much for watching. I'm surprised that you've stuck around the whole time, Drakeling, for that. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope that everyone has a good night. Thank you. Have a good one. Later.